Hi, I'm Carlin Borisenko. In early 2020, I was the knitting Democrat who accidentally went viral on the internet for going to a Trump rally and then left the party. I became the conservative darling, was on all the shows, traveled around the country, and then realized that conservatives were no better than Democrats. If there's one thing that I've learned, it's that both political tribes are two sides of the same coin. But it wasn't all bad. On my journey, I became obsessed with understanding the woke ideology and the culture war. I broke the story of the city of Seattle doing segregated training with its employees.
How bad has this stuff become? The city of Seattle has now put out, I'm not kidding you, this is according to Dr. Carolyn Borisenko, who's an organizational psychologist. The city of Seattle asked its white employees to voluntarily spend a day off in a training about their internalized racial superiority.
I broke the story that led to the first ever federal lawsuit against critical race theory in the schools. I broke the Coke Be Less White story, one of the biggest anti-woke stories of all time. It got over 30 million views. Coca-Cola's corporate headquarters even had to change their outgoing voicemail.
Throughout the past few days, you may have seen inaccurate reporting on the content of our recently launched diversity, equity, and inclusion training program.
I exposed the schools in Burlington, Vermont for grooming middle school children live on the internet. They called me an unwoke cult leader for that. And the Vermont Human Rights Commission slandered me publicly as being a hate channel. I even got called a hero in Breitbart for exposing that the Washington Post was writing a hit piece on Christopher Rufo. I have broken story after story after story about what's going on in the public schools, from Cambridge, Massachusetts, to autistic sex education, to the Department of Education in Michigan, literally training teachers all over the state how to groom children. I wrote a book called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life. I host a podcast all about fighting back, and I'm downloading all of my knowledge to you on my Substack, carlin.substack.com. The world is a crazy place. We are literally surrounded by cults on all sides. On this show, we're going to do a deep dive into all aspects of the culture war, and I will show you the dark, dystopian underbellies on both sides. Here are the commitments I'll make to you. I will always tell you the truth. I will always bring you receipts. And if you stick with me, I promise you will see the world differently. Welcome to the cult. Please mount that like button for me and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Well, hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. I hope you're all doing well. Trendlin, I would say that I am barely recovered from yesterday's stream, slightly traumatized. Yeah. Thank you for that gift, Trendlin. That's time I can never get back, Trendlin. I appreciated the $20 for the bottle, Trendlin. Anyway, today we are not watching Andrew Tate. We are not watching ever again the Whatever podcast. But every once in a while, I'm not often surprised by conservative influencers anymore. Well, not even just conservative influencers, I should say. I should be fair and balanced, as it were. I'm not really surprised by any influencers anymore in terms of hypocrisy, lack of integrity, shilling for bullshit that they know isn't even true. I'm not impressed with any influencers pretty much at all. But every once in a while, someone comes around and surprises me. And we are going to be focusing today on one of those influencers that has indeed surprised me. Naruto says, even if you don't finish the Candace Owens interview, I still recommend watching the response videos. Naruto, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I have it in me. I really don't. I just don't know if I care that much anymore, to be honest. Like, Andrew Tate's an asshole. Like, if you can't see that Andrew Tate's an asshole, then I don't have a whole lot of use for you. And I'm not saying you personally, Naruto, but I'm saying I it's pretty cut and dry to me. Either you are on the side of like decent human beings, or you're on the side of Candace Owens and Andrew Tate, and that's kind of how I feel about it at the moment. And we're moving on today, all right? We are moving on, but I do appreciate the super chat, because today, guys, well, it started as things tend to do. It started with Barbie. because apparently every single thing that's going on in the world now for all time will be drawn back to Barbie. But I say this because, several months ago, we on this channel watched an interview that Michael Knowles did with a so-called former astrologer. Does anyone remember this interview? It was with this woman who pretended that for years and years and years and years and years she had dedicated her life to the art of woo and self-help and psychology. And then one day, when she decided she wanted to be a host on the Daily Wire, purely coincidentally, of course, one day she woke up and realized that everything about her lifestyle, the astrology, the tarot cards, the self help books, all of it was demonic. And she just had to have a conversation with the good Catholic Michael Knowles about her newfound love of Jesus and how everything before Jesus was demonic and satanic and all that. Now, Michael Knowles, of course, had the conversation, and it was so bad. It was so, 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 so bad because the former astrologer that was interviewed didn't know anything about what she was talking about at all. Now, Michael Knowles, to defend him, may not have known that because unless you are schooled in the art of woo, there are just things that you don't know and don't understand. Michael Knowles is a Catholic. I have no reason to believe that Michael Knowles actually knows anything about more generalized spiritualist beliefs that are associated with things like tarot cards and astrology and all of that good stuff. And so I don't necessarily blame Michael Knowles for being so conned by this woman, but it was so obvious to me, and I think pretty much everyone, because many people in my audience, we are actually schooled in the art of woo. Not everyone. I have all sorts of all sorts of faiths and beliefs, and from atheist to agnostic to I have no idea what I believe to Christian to Jewish to Muslim to Buddhist. I have the full breadth of beliefs in my community. And so I'm not going to suggest that like the only people that are in my community are people that are schooled in like the art of woo, but I am schooled in the art of woo and many of my community members are. And so we knew on the face of it that that woman had no effing clue what she was talking about. And it was quite frankly really off-putting to watch the interview. So at that point, I wrote off Michael Knowles. I did. Not that I think that he's a bad guy, because he's always kind of come across to me as like a nice guy. He really does seem like a very nice guy, almost to the point of being like naively nice, right? So I didn't think he was a bad guy. I just was like, are you interested in having a real conversation at all? Because you brought on a woman that has no effing clue what she's talking about, and you're purporting that she represents people with this belief system. It was incredibly annoying. So at that point, I kind of wrote off Michael Knowles. I was like, I don't need to hear from him anymore. He can go over there. But Michael Knowles has gotten my attention again, because Michael Knowles is pretty much, well, the only conservative man on the internet who understood Barbie. Michael Knowles liked Barbie. Michael Knowles knew that Barbie was not an anti-woke movie at all. And he started tweeting about this the other day. And Michael Knowles was like tweeting about this for like 2 straight days. And I was like, did I misjudge Michael Knowles? Because he got it. Now I should say this. He didn't get it from the perspective of understanding the experience of someone who grew up playing with Barbies, because I'm gonna bet that Michael Knowles did not grow up playing with Barbies. And then that's understandable. It's okay for him not to have had that experience, because I didn't grow up playing with effing. Well, no, I did play with GI Joes, but like Transformers or like any sort of boy toy or like racing or anything like that. I didn't grow up playing with boy toys except for GI Joes on occasion. I grew up playing with Barbie, okay? And so like we can't expect Michael Knowles to have experience that his life did not afford him. That's not good, that's not bad, it just is, right? But I have to say I was very, very impressed with Michael Knowles and his tweets about Barbie, and we're going to read one of the threads that he posted. But this isn't even the only thing that he posted. He was posting up and down about Barbie and how everyone was wrong and Barbie was great and Greta Gerwig is amazing and a genius and he loved Lady Bird too. And I was like, you know what? Good for you, Michael Knowles. Good for you. And when people surprise me, I like to give them a second look and I go, did I get this right? Because it's important to check our own bias, right? It's important that we challenge ourselves. It's important that we actually listen to what people say. It's important that we give people the room to grow and evolve and change and all of that. So I took another look at Michael Knowles and I was like, maybe I need to give this guy another chance. Like he got this one really freakishly accurate. And then our friend Brooklyn Way, a couple weeks ago, whenever this came out, when did this come out? 2 weeks ago. My friend Brooklyn Way said, Carlin, you have to watch the interview that Michael Knowles did with the QAnon shaman because the QAnon shaman took him down the rabbit hole of woo. And I was like, what are you talking about? And I didn't watch the interview at the time. I kind of put it in the back of my mind. I'm like, I'll watch this interview when I get a chance to like watch this interview, right? But I didn't watch it at the time. But when I was thinking about this thing with Michael Knowles and Barbie yesterday, I was like, maybe it's time to revisit that QAnon shaman interview. Because, I mean, let's be honest, guys, Trump just got arraigned on charges for January 6th. It is a great time to be exploring what actually happened at January 6th, of which the QAnon shaman was an integral and unforgettable part. And so, as someone who, if you're new to the channel, I was at January 6th. And so I have a very distinct perspective of what I think happened that day based solely on my experience of being at the Capitol, though not inside the building, FBI, haha, based on my experience of being at the Capitol on January 6th. And you know, if you go back and you watch streams of what I said the night of January 6th, they're still live on this channel to this day. You will see that every single thing that I said that day, before the news had gone insane, before the Democrats had gone insane, every single thing that I said that day still holds up today. I am very proud that over 2.5 years later, my account of January 6th that I recorded and live streamed on the evening of January 6th from a hotel room 2 miles away from the Capitol. I am very, very proud that my recollection and my experience and how I was able to articulate what actually happened that day still holds up to this day. You can find it on the channel if you want to go back and watch it because I still do have it on the channel, wasn't taken down or anything. So I think that this is going to be something interesting to watch. And we're going to spend some time doing that, and I hope everyone is okay with that. Sit back, hunker down. We're going to go through the thread that Michael Knowles wrote about Barbie because I want to give him credit where credit is due for that. And then we're going to sit back and we're going to watch the QAnon shaman interview and watch the QAnon shaman apparently take Michael Knowles down the rabbit hole and just see how he responds to it is going to be, I think, fascinating. And of course, I will be doing commentary along the way. You are allowed to add your opinions in the chat and we'll see what's up. But guys, before we get started with that, just a couple quick notes. Now, of course, tonight is Thursday. And Thursday nights are writers group in my supporter Discord. And so if you are a supporter, excuse me, if you're a supporter on Substack, Patreon, or Locals, you get access to, or if you're a YouTube channel member, you get access to the supporter Discord. On Thursdays starting at 6 p.m. in the supporter Discord, there is a writers group for creatives. I'm not normally there, but there are a lot of people who do go in my community. People have actually published books out of this writing group, and they do writing exercises, they do creative exercises, things like that. If you want to get access to being involved in my supporter Discord and get access to 2 Zoom calls that we do every single week on Mondays and Wednesdays, what you want to do is sign up on my Substack, which is the place I'd recommend. You can sign up on my locals or my Patreon as well. The links are in the description below. But the place I would recommend is on my primary Substack. I have like 18 Substacks, okay? So you got to make sure you get the right one. It is the Actively Unwoke Substack, Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. When you sign up on this here Substack, what you want to do is go to the Unwoke Reflections email. And what you want to do is scroll all the way down to the bottom. And underneath that red box, there's going to be Zoom links, and there will also be the link to the supporter Discord, and that will get you in the supporter Discord. Of course, we don't just do writers group on Thursday nights. We also do movie night on Sunday nights, and the movie that we are going to be watching this Sunday is a little bit long. So normally, movie nights on Sundays start at 8 p.m. Eastern time. However, because a ridiculous number of people in my community have not seen the movie Titanic. We are watching Titanic for movie night this Sunday. Since Titanic is 3.5 hours long, we are starting movie night at 7 p.m. Set your alarm, set your reminders in your phones. We are starting movie night an hour early just this week, 7 p.m. Eastern time, and you can come and watch Titanic with us. We do trivia, we have discussions about it. I'm sure people are going to have lots of opinions. And if I hear any complaining about the movie, you don't have to come, okay? You can come next week. We do a different movie every single week, but that also happens in the supporter Discord, and that's one of the perks you get when you become a paying supporter on my Substack at $8 a month, $80 a year over at Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You can, of course, also sign up for my locals community, kb.locals.com, or you can sign up for my Patreon community, patreon.com/unwoke. All of the links are in the description below. But again, if you had to choose one, Substack is going to be my recommendation. I also want to let people know that I have an exciting announcement to coincide with Trump's arraignment for January 6th. I do have a new piece of merch in the Unwoke Art store. So you can find my merch store, which I think is like the best merch store on the internet. I'm going to pat myself on the back. My merch store is getting really, really, really effing good. And just today, a couple hours ago, I launched a new piece of merch. There are 4 products you can buy it on, but we're going to look at the t-shirt. This is the Trump Indictment Victory Tour 2024 t-shirt. This is a limited edition design in the Unwoke Art store to celebrate Trump's pending victory over all of these bogus indictments. And it's inspired, the inspiration for this was like, when you go to concerts, you get the concert t-shirt, and the concert t-shirt has some fun design on the front. And then on the back, you have all the tour dates on the concert t-shirt. Maybe that was just me. I was the only one that went to concerts. I don't think that's true though. So this design was actually inspired by like concert t-shirts that you're going to get at rock concerts. And on the back, we have the full list currently of the Trump indictments. And so I love this t-shirt. I think that this is absolutely great. I think the design is great. I've already sold a bunch of t-shirts, so people are already really enjoying it. But again, this is going to be a limited edition design, guys. That means that once it is out of the store, it may or may not come back. And so if you like the Trump Indictment Victory Tour 2024 shirt, you can pick it up in the Unwoke Art store. Just go to unwokeart.com and it's right up at the top. You can also get it I by special request, because women have been asking me for this. They're like, Carlyn, can you do women's cuts of t-shirts in your store? And I've kind of been like, it's a unisex t-shirt, it's fine. And I actually do think that the unisex kind of like general t-shirt is really great. I like the way they fit personally. They're nice jersey, they're really soft, they're really great. But because women have been haranguing me, I added a special women's cut of the t-shirt. It also does have the dates on the back, just like the normal version. And then we have a hoodie which looks pretty great. And again, that also has the dates on that. These are like really high quality hoodies. I'm really happy with them. And then this is the first time I've ever offered this product. Got a fun little tank top because again, this is like a rock concert t-shirt. So we might as well act like rock stars. Okay. It's like a rock star tank top. So those are the 4 products that you can get the Trump Indictment Victory Tour 2024 design on. And that is available in the Unwoke Art store right now. And I want to show you guys this because I actually just got it in like literally 10 minutes before this stream started. You can also pick up other things on the Unwoke Art store, like the All Tears Are Tasty tumbler. And guess what, guys? I just got in the mail literally 10 minutes ago my All Tears Are Tasty tumbler. So you can see it in person. It's great. It looks so effing good. It's really good quality. The colors just came out. The camera right now isn't actually doing these colors justice. To be honest, the colors look banging. The colors look exactly like you're seeing on the screen right there. And so this is the All Tears Are Tasty tumbler design. We also have these on mugs, t-shirts, hoodies, etc., etc., etc. But because we're watching the Daily Wire today, we don't just drink liberal tears on my channel. We drink all cheers on my channel. And I would put my All Tears Are Tasty tumbler next to their liberal tears tumbler every single day of the week. So that's just some of the merchandise that you can find in my Unwoke Art store. And everything, of course, does go to support the work I'm doing. And I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. All right, guys, please mount that like button for me if you have not already. Now, I do want to start off today with talking about Michael Knowles' take on Barbie. Hang on, let me get it on the screen. See, you can even fit a straw in the cover for the tumbler, which I like because I like drinking out of a straw. It doesn't look fucking great. Anyway, so Michael Knowles really appreciated Barbie. And so we have to take a moment to appreciate Michael Knowles and his appreciation of Barbie. Let's read his take. Barbie is a feminist utopia which inspires but also disappoints because it never actually exists and wouldn't be desirable even if it did. There is no pregnancy in Barbie land. There is no future. It's the eternal, pointless present. I mean, I thought that was actually really insightful. Like, there's no pregnancy. That means they're only ever in the present. There's no future. There's nothing they ever have to worry about. And can you ever really achieve fulfillment if you're only ever living in the eternal, pointless, like, present? I mean, there is something to be said about being in the present moment, but, there is also bigger things in life. So I thought that was actually a really good point. The narrator shows us all different types of Barbies in Barbie Land. President Barbie, Dr. Barbie, et al. But there's one Barbie that was discontinued. Pregnant Barbie. No motherhood allowed here. Well, Pregnant Barbie was not the only Barbie that was discontinued, which of course Michael Knowles doesn't know, but it was one of the Barbies that was discontinued. So his point actually remains in that, like, there are no kids running around in Barbie Land, right? Because it's a kid's game. The kids are playing with the Barbies to pretend to be adults. It's not the point to, have other kids running around because the kids are literally controlling the game. The feminist utopia is not for adults. It's childish. Well, that's because children are creating it through the art of make-believe. And it's dark. I wouldn't agree that it's dark. Upon discovering Barbie in the very first scene, an homage to 2001: A Space Odyssey, little girls who have been playing happily with baby dolls begin to destroy them. Feminism makes girls kill babies. Okay, I think that's a little much, if I'm honest about it, but it was a little bit weird at the beginning of the movie. I will say that. When Barbie becomes self-conscious and cracks appear in the apparent bliss of Barbie Land, feminist guru Weird Barbie presents stereotypical Barbie with a choice: the blue pill of fantasy, represented by high heels, or the red pill of reality, represented by Birkenstocks. I mean, I think I don't know that I would say that Weird Barbie was a feminist like icon. Weird Barbie was actually a thing that, like, Every single girl that played with Barbie had a weird Barbie at one point, and it wasn't about a political stance, it wasn't about anything other than you played with the Barbie too hard, you cut its hair, you drew makeup on, you put it perpetually in a split or something like that. So I don't agree with his interpretation of weird Barbie being the feminist, but I can understand why he had that. I think it was also just like a thing. Like little girls weren't didn't have weird Barbies because they were like, we need a feminist icon. That's not what it was, right? She chose the heels, but weird Barbie wouldn't let her. Weird Barbie only gave stereotypical Barbie the illusion of choice. One recalls Simone de Beauvoir's demand that women not be given a choice to stay home because too many people would take it. I actually thought that this was an interesting point that he brought up, that like stereotypical Barbie didn't have a choice but to go to the real world and to sort out this problem. She was given the illusion of choice, and Simone de Beauvoir basically said the same thing, like women shouldn't have a choice to just stay home and be mothers. I thought that that was a really interesting point that I hadn't considered before. I read it on his thread. Men are nothing but ornaments for women's in Barbie Land. Creation of the feminist fantasy. Again, it's not a feminist fantasy. That he doesn't have that entirely correct. Hence Ken's fascination with and misunderstanding of patriarchy when he visits the real world. Ken performs a caricature of manliness when he returns to Kendom, the toxic masculinity of men reacting against feminism, without training in proper manliness, but he still folds whatever Barbie looks his way. Hence, Barbie's insistence that he discover his true identity. Well, like, so first of all, here's the thing. In real life, Ken was created as Barbie's brother. That was originally what it was, okay? And so like it's kind of like a misnomer that Ken was supposed to be like the boyfriend. That was never what it was. It was like the little brother hanger honor of the thing. And I think people understand what that means, right? Like when you're an older kid and you have like the little brother that's like hanging on, that was like Ken. I think. I mean, that would be my interpretation of it. So I mean, but like Ken was not a part of the game. We discussed this previously. A right wing criticism of the movie is that Barbie and Ken don't end up together. Of course they don't, because Ken was Barbie's brother. Ken is a simp and a cuck. He's a product of feminist fantasy. Even at the end, he says, I'm a liberated man. I know crying's not weak. No normal woman wants a wimp. Naruto says, my previous super chat, there's a typo. It should say, be not need. Let's see. Oh, sorry, Super Naruto, I missed this one, so thank you for pointing it out. Michael's new Barbie wasn't woke. You said anti-woke. That'll need to be clipped out. I mean, well, I think people know what I mean, Naruto. I do appreciate it, though. Michael Knowles did not film a gay sex scene. It was not a sex scene. It was people laying in bed, Autumn. There is a difference between two people laying in bed, not really doing anything interesting, and a sex scene. Can we just acknowledge that and like hinge into the land of reality for a second? Ken's not a husband. You're right. He's not. He was Barbie's brother in real life. He's not. He's a long-term, low commitment boyfriend. Barbie needs a real man to achieve her goals. She won't find it in the feminist of utopia Barbie land, nor will she find it in Kendom, the flip side of the Barbie land coin. She will only find it in the real world. There's one more thing I want to say about this thing with Ken establishing the patriarchy in Barbie land. And I mentioned this before, but it's worth repeating again. When Barbie and Ken went to the real world, Ken discovered the patriarchy. And Ken thought that the patriarchy meant that he could walk into any organization and get any job he wanted. He tried to go get a high level corporate job just for being a man, and they said no. He tried to go into a hospital and become a doctor just for being a man, and they said no, you can't do that. And so what happened was Ken made the assumption that because he just couldn't go into any organization and get any job he wanted, that the patriarchy had been applied incorrectly in the real world. He was like, this is not real patriarchy in the real world. And that further emphasized what they said at the end of the movie, which is that Patriarchy is made up by people who can't cope. That was almost a direct quote from the movie. Okay. And so when Ken went into the real world, he found out they did the patriarchy incorrectly. And then he went back to Barbie land because Ken was like, you didn't get it right in the real world. I'm going to implement the patriarchy in Barbie land. Okay. And so when he went back to Barbie land, he tried to do patriarchy correctly. He got all the men on board. And then eventually, when Barbie came back, the patriarchy fell apart. Why? Because the men didn't really actually want that. The men didn't actually really want patriarchy. They just wanted Barbie's attention. That was all it was. And so it's kind of like for me when I was sitting watching the movie, I was like, this is exactly like socialists who say you didn't do socialism correctly. Real socialism has never been tried. Sort of thing. That was what was running through my head. For Ken, the patriarchy hadn't been done correctly. Real patriarchy had never been tried, just like real socialism has never been tried. And that's just another indication that it's not a real thing that can exist in the real world. Yes, exactly. The patriarchy is a metaphor for socialism. Exactly. True patriarchy hasn't been tried yet. Ken Lennon. Exactly. Exactly. You guys are getting it. Anyway, what's her goal? By the end, it's no longer to be a girl boss publicly in charge of everything. The real world mother in the story, while lamenting the impossibility of being a woman, bemoans specifically the demands of feminism, not nature or tradition, makes of women. The real world mother concludes her speech by requesting a Barbie for whom it's just okay to be a mom. Ruth, the creator of Barbie, underscores this point when Barbie, during her visit to reality, asks, "Women work here?" Ruth responds, "We do a lot more than work here." This line has two meanings. On one hand, Ruth does more than work in that she's the creator, not merely an employee. On the other, she does more than work because she had kids and raised kids. The film consistently insists that work is neither the only nor the most important thing that women do. Family is. And this is why it's important to know that Ken was Barbie's brother in real life. The woman who created Barbie, Ruth, she modeled Barbie after her daughter, Barbara. She modeled Ken after her son, who is Barbie's brother. This is also reflective of the fact that it was her family that led to the creation of this thing. By the way, although in the patriarchal real world, men wield all the public power, it's the women who advance the plot, largely unnoticed, through subtle actions such as sketching a doll. The hand that rocks the candle is the hand that rules the world, or cradle rather, is the hand that rules the world. The feminist conception of patriarchy isn't real. Unlike Ruth's godlike character explains, humans make things up like patriarchy and Barbie to cope with a difficult and confusing world. So Michael Knowles, unlike Ben Shapiro, acknowledges that the movie quite literally said that patriarchy is something that was made up for people who couldn't cope. The feminist conception of patriarchy isn't real in Barbie. As, hang on, we already read that. Hang on. But there's a trans character. Well, not really. But there's a trans character with whom Ken flirts. Well, I'm going to say this about the trans character. That Barbie wasn't trans. The character may have been played by a trans actor, but I'll tell you what, if I didn't know that person was trans, I probably wouldn't even have noticed because the so-called trans Barbie didn't actually have that many lines. B, none of those lines says anything about being trans. C, that Barbie talks more about being a doctor than being trans. And D, that character was not an integral part of the story. It just wasn't a big part. It was like a bit role that no one would have even noticed if conservatives hadn't made a big effing deal. And it certainly wasn't pushing trans on anything. It didn't talk about being trans. There was literally no talk in the entire movie of being transgendered. The voice made it obvious. I have a deep voice. Am I trans? Do you think I'm trans because I don't have like a normal like feminine voice? Like it's such bullshit. You guys are literally fucking making things up. And I'm sorry, that trans actor's voice wasn't even that deep. It really wasn't. I'm pretty sure that my voice is actually deeper than the trans actor that you have your fucking panties in a bunch over. Even the trans woman in our chat didn't know that she was trans. I mean, you're the one who's got all yourself all bent out of shape about someone that had 2 lines in a movie, bro. Literally 2 fucking lines in the entire fucking movie. There are women, conservatives, I hate to break this to you. Are you ready? There are women who have deeper voices. It's not a result of being trans. It's just sometimes how it goes. Just like there are men that have higher voices than normal men do. Are they trans? Lisa didn't know they were trans. Like, I mean, the only people who seem to be obsessed about the Barbie that had 2 lines in the movies and then they're like all fucking like losing their shit over it are conservatives. Gee, I wonder why. Anyway, but there's a trans character, not really, with whom Ken flirts. Sure, in the feminist utopia, the handsome Kens are also gaga for homely Barbies in Barbie Land. It's a feminist fantasy, a fantasy that there are no homely Barbies in Barbie Land. I'm sorry. A fantasy that Barbie ultimately rejects as inferior to the real world, supposedly patriarchal world. But even a modicum of reality enters Barbie Land through a rift in the space-time. The feminist posture of the Barbie collapses, e.g., President Barbie gives up her office to serve Ken, and they're happier than they were before. Eventually, feminists snap the Barbies out of their complacency with patriarchy. This is presented as a cure to brainwashing, but the cure just got another brainwashing more active and less natural than that which got the Barbies to embrace patriarchy in the first place. Once Barbie Land has been restored to a feminist utopia, what happens? Barbie rejects it and chooses to go live in reality. Why? To pursue her dreams. And what's her dream? Family. Not to be a girl boss, not to get a job, to have kids. And this is something else that people didn't understand about this movie. And again, I got to give Michael Knowles credit for pointing this out. In the final scene, Barbie enters an office building, walks up to the receptionist, and says she's here for an appointment. We assume it's a job interview until Barbie is asked and responds, "I'm here to see my gynecologist." It's a joke about Barbie's plastic pelvis. It's also a vivid declaration of her teleos, the consummation of the conservative, anti-feminist, pro-family, pro-motherhood theme of the entire movie established in the very first scene. So Michael Knowles is probably correctly pointing out that Barbie wanted to have kids and have a family. And this is what conservatives are all in an uproar about, calling it woke because they didn't bother to actually go watch it and just listen to Ben Shapiro's half-ass bullshit take on it. Also, the performances and cinematography are terrific. Too long didn't read. Greta Gerwig is a serious, sophisticated, marvelous filmmaker. So good on Michael Knowles for actually understanding Barbie. Now, he doesn't understand it from the perspective of like someone who grew up with Barbies and understood that this is how young girls play with Barbies and this is the games they play and stuff like that. And he couldn't possibly. But to understand that this was not a woke movie, that there really wasn't a trans Barbie, that there was no effing patriarchy because it was fake to begin with and the movie actually made fun of it, and then to actually come to the conclusion that this is like a pro-family conservative movie, you got to give credit where credit is due. And Michael Knowles is one of the few people that actually understood what was going on. And because of that, because of this is why we're going to watch the interview we're going to watch today. What would it take for conservatives to create or find value in art? It's not possible. Rather than just getting online and reacting to what the left is doing today, here is the problem that conservatives have with understanding and creating art. They are way too fucking repressed. Well, that's not the only problem they have. There are two types of mindsets that people can have, and it's kind of like a spectrum sort of thing, but we're going to talk about it as two distinct things. You can have a fixed mindset, which is a black and white way to view the world, where everything is either one thing or the other thing. It is either good or bad or right or wrong or black and white. Or you can have a more flexible mindset where you are able to look at things from multiple perspectives and to switch your perspective when the situation calls for it. In order to create art, you are not going to be able to do that effectively with a black and white mindset. Sadly, most conservatives have a fixed mindset where they are literally not capable of looking at things from multiple perspectives and to be fluid with how they're interpreting it. They don't understand satire. They don't understand dry humor. They don't understand emotions. They don't understand how to appeal to emotions. They don't even put any value in emotions. And they're also really sexually repressed. Now, why does sexual repression have to do with creating art and bringing things into the world? Because the same energy excuse me, because sex is the ultimate creative energy. Sex is literally what creates new human beings, right? And so if you are repressed sexually, you could make the argument that you could channel that sexual repression into good art, but that's not actually true, because if you're channeling that energy into creating good art, you're not really repressed. The energy is still there and you're still expressing it. You're just moving it into something else. What actually goes on with conservatives most of the time is they are completely repressed sexually and therefore are not able to access the energy and creative energy required to create good art that other people are going to like. So, what would it take for conservatives to find value in art? They're going to need to change their attitude about human emotion. They're going to need to find a fucking sense of humor. They're going to need to start having sex and stop fucking shaming people who do have sex and enjoy sex, which they will never do. They're going to have to, I mean, there's so many things that they could do to do this, but I strongly suspect they won't, because they're going to look at that and go, that's bad, that's evil, that's satanic. Well, I wish there was a different answer. I really do. Exactly. All right. So none of that's going to happen. That's exactly right. And this is why, like, the arts don't die on the left. The arts will always live on the left. I mean, I guess that's why all socialists think they're going to be autists, right? That's not to say that socialism is good, but like that's why they're all like, "Oh, we can spend our days being artists," because the arts will live on the left. If the right ever got their authoritarian control of the world, the arts would die completely. Now I'm gonna have people in the chat go, Carla, they're trying to destroy Shakespeare. They're trying to do this. They're trying to do that. The woke is trying to destroy all these things. So what? Because if conservatives had their way, these things would never have been created in the first place. Do I like that the woke left is trying to destroy Shakespeare and art and music? No, of course not. But the fact of the matter is, if conservatives were left to their own devices with their own authoritarian view of the world, those things would never, ever, 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 ever be created in the first place. And I'm sorry, Luke, this isn't right. Old school conservatives were never classical liberals. They wanted you to think that. I bought into that for a short time too, my friend. I did. But this isn't correct. They never were. They never were. They just used it because they thought it was what would get votes, essentially. So I believe that art changes culture. I believe that nope, 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 wrong, nope, 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 nope. I know you want to think that. I know you desperately want to think that, but the fact of the matter is that art created by conservatives almost universally sucks and no one wants to buy it and no one wants to engage with it. And the sheer fact that conservatives lose the culture war over and over and over and over, they get their asses kicked up and down. The reason that conservatives are perpetual losers in the culture war is because they cannot create art because they repress themselves sexually. You can not have sex and channel your sexual energy into art. That is true. You can be celibate and take that sexual creative energy and still translate it into art. However, that is not what conservatives do because most of them don't even want to acknowledge that that sexual energy exists. And if conservatives really were creating art, then they would be winning the culture war. So, I mean, really, it's a choice, right? It's a choice. Either conservatives want to win the culture war and they lighten the fuck up about sex, or they can continue to hold on to their puritanical beliefs about sex and perpetually lose for the rest of their life. No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all, Brian. Because the art that is most valuable in the world is the art that people want to engage with. It's the art that people want to buy. It's the art that people want to wear on a t-shirt. It's the art that people want to listen to on an album. It's the art that people want to hang on their walls. It's the songs that get stuck in your head that you can never get rid of. The art that is the most valuable is the art that people want to engage with. And ain't no one right now engaging with art that is created by conservatives because it's not good art. Anyway, now that we've got that out of the way, let's jump into the main focus of our stream here today. Go ahead and mount that like button for me, guys. And listen, if you want to prove me wrong about conservatives sucking at creating art, then do it. I don't want to hear whining. I don't want to hear complaining. I don't want to hear anything other than, Carlin, here is art that conservatives are creating that is actually having an impact on the culture. Give me an example right now. I don't want to hear any more fucking complaining. Give me an example right now of art being created by conservatives that is actually having an impact on culture. Oh, so you're saying that he did all his good work before he became a conservative. Got it. So he wasn't a conservative. Got it. Got it. Frank Lloyd Wright, how long has he been dead? Is Frank Lloyd Wright going to win us the culture war, Luke? What art has Frank Lloyd Wright created recently? Nope, that's not art. That's not going to win the culture war. Now, I'm not dismissing planting fruit trees, but don't call that art, because it's not. Ain't no one engaging with that but you. Let's see. Nick talked about sex in the mostly gay act. I mean, I heard about this generally. I haven't looked at it yet, Dragon Samurai. Yes, this is a great point, Illustration Station. To make art, you have to be okay with failing most of the time, and conservatives are not okay with failing at all, let alone most of the time. And yet, how's your fruit tree going to change the world? How is your fruit tree going to change other people's perspectives? How is your fruit tree going to access people's emotions? Guys, gardening, well, a nice hobby. I'm not dismissing gardening as a nice hobby. It is not the creation of art. And this is why you guys keep losing, because you fundamentally don't understand what this is. I use conservatives colloquially to mean all right wing. And no, I'm not going to enumerate every single part of the right just to so you can say stop generalizing. I'm not going to play that fucking game, bro. Not going to do it. All right, the Sound of Freedom. Who's seeing that that's not conservative? The Sound of Freedom was made what, like 2016? I'm not going to dismiss that it had like a good run in the theaters. Who saw it that wasn't a conservative? How did that movie get in, like, did that movie get in front of anyone that wasn't a conservative already? Where is that movie going once it leaves theaters? It ain't going to any streaming services. It's actually getting blacklisted everywhere. Good art should be able to transcend all of that. Conservatives speaking to other conservatives is not what I'm talking about, guys. You are never going to win the culture war by only speaking to people who already agree with you. Not what we're talking about. Okay, well, if your backyard ends up making inroads into the culture war, you let us know, okay? But until then, this is not what we're talking about. And the fact that you are being triggered in my chat right now, should I take a long sip from my All Tears Are Tasty mug just for you because you're upset that your backyard isn't winning the culture war? You guys lose perpetually and will lose for the rest of your life because you don't fucking listen. Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. I think it stems from the fact that conservatives find art and entertainment frivolous. Yes, that's also true. Especially when it doesn't elevate their message. They pretend they value it while calling satanic anything they don't like. That's exactly right, Rottweiler. I completely agree. I completely agree. I completely disagree with this, Luke. Conservatives are not liberals. Conservatives are not liberals at all, and they're not creating any art. They aren't doing anything. And all right. Bro, you're gonna end up getting blocked for being an annoying little cunt in my chat. Because you're not fucking listening. I don't know who you are. I've never seen you before. But you're about this close to getting blocked for being an annoying cunt that isn't listening in my chat, okay? Let me see, just scrolling through the chat. I mean, Kid Rock is an example of someone who is not repressed sexually. You're gonna make the argument to me that Kid Rock is repressed sexually? He's an example of someone that is not repressed sexually, that does actually create art. Does his art change culture? No. I mean, he has a moment every now and again. If there were hundreds of people like Kid Rock, that would be far better. But one person is not going to get it done. I know you guys like a good savior. You're waiting for Jesus to come save you like no one else. But there should be 100 Kid Rocks. There should be 1,000 Kid Rocks. Where the fuck are they? Just like there should be 1,000 Scott Presslers. Where are all the Scott Presslers? You guys have had years to train all the Scott Presslers. I have seen conservative art that I appreciate, and then I realized it was a copy of someone else's art, a copy of art made by a closeted gay. Exactly. Exactly. This is okay, bro. You're going to get a little ban, and if you decide you want to stop being a ridiculous little cunt, you can come back. But I'm not going to hear about your backyard creating culture anymore because it's just not true. And I'm sorry, but if you honestly think that your gardening is creating culture, you are not smart enough to be a member of my audience. Let's see. Nuritu, when you show off your merch store, sometimes I can't help but notice the facial expressions of people displaying the merch. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just like, that's automatic. Let's be honest, you're not really you're doing nothing really to, excuse me, fucker? Brian, I like you. You've always been a supporter, but I'm sorry, what? I train hundreds of thousands of people every single. You know what, Brian? Go fuck yourself. I give up all of my time and every ounce of energy I have to train hundreds of thousands of people a month what is going on in the world, how they need to understand it, how they need to show up, how they fight back. I create more content on a bad day than most people create in a fucking week. Not only am I creating written content, I'm creating video content. I'm also creating shit that people can wear in the real world. Brian, what are you doing? You want to come in here and say that I'm not doing anything to win the culture war? Go fuck yourself right off. In fact, Brian, you can enjoy a little time out. And if you want to come back, you're more than welcome. But don't you ever fucking say that to me again. If you don't appreciate what I'm doing and what I've given up my life to do, you don't have to fucking be here. Let's see, just scrolling through the chat. Carlin speaks the truth, but she's telling you what you don't want to hear. But conservatives have jobs. Exactly. 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 Let me see, guys. So I'm just going to get to the beginning of the chat. And then we're going to watch this and, you know. Brian being a little fucking bitch, isn't he? Hang on. Sorry, guys. We are going to get into this Michael Knowles video. All right. That's enough talk of that. And if anyone else would like to question the work that I put in, I will request your receipts of everything that you've done besides whining and complaining in someone's chat before you want to question that. And if you don't like that I point out that I do more than most of the people here put together, I'm sorry. I love people here dearly, but I'm sorry. That's really fucking disappointing. That's really fucking disappointing. All right, let's jump into the video. You know, it seems silly, isn't it? It seems silly that like I'm bothered by a regular in my community coming into my chat and telling me that I'm not doing anything. But that's the type of shit that makes me question why I even bother with this stuff. That's the type of shit that makes me question it. If people really do not understand that it is eminently true, provably on the face of it, that conservatives are not winning the culture war. They're not winning. They're in no way, shape, or form are they winning. There is no valid argument that you can make that conservatives are winning the culture war. Conservatives control nothing. And yet they still do nothing more than whine and cry and complain and insult when they are told things that they don't want to hear. All right. We're going to move on from this now because I actually do want to watch this video, and it is 2 hours long, so it's probably going to take 4.5 hours for me to actually watch it. We are going to watch Michael Knowles interviewing the QAnon shaman, and we're going to see how this goes, and I will provide commentary along the way. Rottweiler says, question for the conservatives, without mentioning Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, what other authors have done any other conservative work that has cultural impact, comics, anime, cartoons, etc.? That's a really good question that they will not be able to answer. Conservatives are now reactionary and not culturally proactive. They haven't been culturally proactive the entire time I've been alive. All right, guys, let's jump into this video and we're going to see how it goes. I don't really know what to expect here. I don't know if anyone has actually seen it besides me. Let us know if you've actually seen it in the chat, and we'll see how this goes.
You were in solitary confinement for 10 and a half months.
10 and a half months.
That seems like torture.
I experienced some miraculous things in solitary. I'm freaking out. I'm in a cell. I'm freaking out. I'm like, what the hell? And I had a Bible in my hand. I said, I need you to speak with me. So I closed my eyes. I opened the Bible. I point to a random verse. And the verse was, I am yours and you are mine. I have redeemed you and called you by name, O Jacob. Oh, yeah.
Sometimes in politics, one sits on the sidelines. Sometimes one grabs the bull by the horns. Sometimes one wears the bull horns, as we have in the case of my guest today, Jacob Chansley, sometimes called the QAnon shaman, sometimes called the horn hat guy. I will just call you Jacob. Jacob, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Now, before we begin, this episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Go check out expressvpn.com/MichaelYT today. Jacob, we're here in Phoenix, Arizona. We're in Phoenix because you are not presently permitted to leave the state. You have gotten out of prison. You've gotten out of a halfway house. Now we're sitting in a warehouse in Arizona. How'd you get here?
Well, I drove.
But you're out of prison. There are still issues that are working their way through the courts.
Yes. Yeah. So my lawyer filed a motion to vacate my conviction and my sentence due to the fact that the footage that was on Tucker Carlson was not in the discovery that was given to my previous defense attorney.
Because the story about you and the footage that we all saw is that you led a violent insurrection, a coup d'etat on January 6th, and you were kicking your way through barricades, and you were, I don't know, going to take over the country, make yourself emperor. And then we saw this footage that showed that you were kind of just walking through the Capitol, flanked, it seemed, by police officers. It was just totally different from what the media had said. Are you allowed to talk about it?
Well, because of the motion in the courts, my attorney has advised me not to say too much at all regarding that, because litigation sucks. And it's a long process, and the government will and can use anything you say and twist it to make you look a certain way that is going to give more credence to their case. But I assure you, there's a very good reason why they were escorting me. Very good reason, but I can't talk about it.
Okay, but you can at least talk about what led you to the Capitol with the horns, with the face paint. How'd you end up there?
Well, I've been dressing this way for over 10 years. This is a shamanic regalia. Okay, the feds haven't given me back my original headdress. They still have my headdress. They still have. I had to make this.
This is a replacement.
Yes.
The feds still have your.
They still have the original. Okay. The coyote skins, the coyote tails, all of that stuff. They also have my staff. They have my phone. They still have all that stuff. And they're not going to give it back until this motion has processed through the courts.
But you've been wearing this for 10 years.
Yes, I've been wearing this regalia for over 10 years. The original regalia was made of coyote skin and coyote tails. Now, in the Dene, or Navajo tradition, the coyote is the trickster or the deceiver. So I have the trickster by the tails. I'm wearing the trickster skin because if the trickster messes with the buffalo, he gets the horns.
That's actually kind of cute, honestly.
You see what I'm saying? So there's always symbolism in everything it is that I do. And I'm practicing an ancient form of Heyoka shamanism in one way or another. It's almost like a way of shocking the cognitive system through imagery, through an appearance. And that cognitive shock allows the Heyoka shaman to come to the tribesmen, come to the people and say, hey, your cultural paradigm is not what reality actually is.
So you wore this on January 6th and before that to shock people.
Well, kind of. It's more so like, first of all, Hioka also dressed this way to shock or chase away evil spirits. It's a matter of being intimidating to evil spirits, to evil presences, to evil vibes. So it's about being intimidating to evil while at the same time shocking the cognitive system that is this pre-programmed, neurolinguistically programmed system of cultural paradigms. Culture is programming, right? It's an operating system like a computer. And so as human beings, we need to upgrade our operating system in order to fully understand what reality is all about.
So now I want to get to the January 6th Capitol stuff, but I got to ask, how'd you get into shamanism?
Well, I've always been interested in it ever since I was a kid. You know, I knew like the Native American shaman, the guys wearing the headdresses and the face paint or the, you know, the horns and stuff. I was like, they know something. They're pounding their drum, they're singing their songs, they're dancing, they're drinking, you know, peyote tea or eating mushrooms. Like, what do they know? Like, why would somebody do that? So I was very curious from a very early age. And I got into it, really got into the shamanic path after I got out of the Navy, and then it really like started full, like head on going into it, just diving right in 2012.
I think a lot of people don't even know that you were in the Navy. So thank you for your service.
My pleasure.
I think this whole interview is just going to be a series of rewinding because the story gets more interesting the further back you go. It's a very patriotic, normal kind of thing to do, is to join the Navy. So this is pre-shaman stuff. Why'd you join the Navy?
Well, because I wanted to serve God and country.
Then tell me about the shift. You're in the Navy, you get out. Why'd you get out?
Well, I refused the anthrax vaccine. So because I refused the anthrax vaccine, they gave me a general discharge under honorable conditions. It's like I never joined. I don't get my GI Bill, but I also don't get a tainted record.
Okay.
Right? So I was refusing vaccines before it was cool.
Wow. I've heard the anthrax vaccine is also the most painful one among my military vet friends. And so you were skeptical of the vaccine. What didn't you like about the vaccines?
Well, I did research. You know, I looked into it. I didn't just trust the government, which I don't think anybody should just trust the government. You know, they have a history of not being trustworthy. There are people that were crippled due to blood clots in their legs. There are people that actually died from it. There's all sorts of negative effects. And it's not just one shot. The anthrax vaccine is a series of shots, kind of like the COVID one.
So you say, okay, I'm anti-vax, but it was from the physical threats of it. It wasn't a religious opposition to it or something like that.
Well, once I really started to do research on vaccines and the people that are pushing them and making money off of them, it really became clear that there was ulterior motive, not just in the military.
So I just want to point something out, and this is another instance in which, like, this guy is a key example of why conservatives need to do their homework before they start opening their mouths about things, which is, I remember distinctively on January 6th, January 7th, like right after this all happened, conservatives were talking about this guy. They were like, he's a leftist, he's a leftist, he's a leftist, he's a secret leftist, he's a secret leftist, he's a secret leftist. And I knew he wasn't because I had met this guy at a walkaway rally in Phoenix, Arizona, like 3 or 4 months prior to January 6th. And so I knew this guy wasn't on the left at all. Like, going to rallies, going to protests is just kind of like his thing. It's one of the things that he does. And so because this guy had gone to, like, you know, BLM protests or like whatever, he just goes to things. It's what he does. But I had met him, and so I knew that he wasn't on the left at all. And it was one of those things where, like, so many people, like, I'm talking in the days after January 6th, they were screaming that this guy was a secret leftist that was just trying to sabotage it and da 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 da. And it's like, you listen to him now, does he sound like a secret leftist? The right needs to stop calling people that they don't like or that are inconvenient secret leftists, is my point. And then you need to actually listen to people and understand what they believe. And every single time people call like someone a secret leftist that is not, it is only detrimental to the right ever winning again.
but abroad.
Well, I remember when the COVID vaccines came out, we were told that they're totally fine, they're very effective, they're very safe. And so they made all these scientific claims that turned out to be a little bit dubious. But also the vaccines were produced from research that involved aborted fetal
tissue.
Yeah. And so plenty of people had religious objections to it. I didn't know. I assumed that one could get out of that requirement for their work or even in the military with a religious exemption, but a lot of people were denied those exemptions. So in any case, you were not given an exemption. You were told, take the anthrax vax or you're out of the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
You get out of the Navy. Then you say you got into some of the shaman stuff. Now, forgive my prejudice, but it would seem if you join the Navy, you're probably like a clean-cut, normal American kid. If you get into shaman stuff, that's usually sounds a little more hippy-dippy, not the image that I have of a service member. Did something change in your life here? Or no, is my prejudice just wrong?
Well, join the military and tell me if you think people in the military are normal.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
There's a lot of good people in the military, but there's also a lot of strange ones.
It's an eclectic.
Yeah, very eclectic.
Okay. So then how did you get into it?
Well, I have become very dissatisfied with modern religious dogma.
Would he be considered a creative conservative? Well, I don't think he's sexually repressed. I don't think he's repressed at all. Like, you don't wear shit like that when you're repressed. And so is he, I mean, I think that he's probably, I think that he's probably very creative, and I think he's probably he literally creates his outfits. So that's art. He is doing this performance thing. So that's art. So yeah, I would consider now I hesitate to say conservative, and I know I use conservative colloquially. I think he's more like I think he's more like a MAGA person if I had to like really enumerate. He's not a Christian conservative is I guess what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I would probably consider him to be much more in tune with creative energy than like the vast majority of conservatives out there.
And in shamanism, the main thing about shamanism is personal experience. So what is your personal experience of God? What's your personal experience of the spirit world? What is your personal experience of
I agree with that.
Life in general, the interconnection that we all have to nature? What's your personal experience of nature? What's your personal experience of vibes from people? You know what I'm saying? So it's much more oriented around personal experience. Now, yes, there is tradition, absolutely. But the tradition is largely there as almost like scaffolding to build up in this personal experience structure of understanding how reality works through personal experience.
Were you raised with any particular religious tradition?
Yeah, my mother tried.
I'm going to say this. I do believe he's really into this stuff. Based on what he just said, I don't think this is some sort of act. I don't think this is like that fake astrologer, like the fake former astrologer that Michael Knowles interviewed. I absolutely believe that this is really who he is, and he really actually does understand what he's talking about. And the reason I say that is that when you get into these spiritualized communities, do you know what the meaning of life is? Let's just have a really like simple conversation. What do you think the meaning of life is? Serious question in the chat. What do you think the meaning of life is? Any ideas? Nope, not gratitude. Gratitude's nice. I'm not shitting on gratitude, but that's not the answer I'm looking for. Any ideas? Kind of to learn, to gain experience. Jan with the gold star, experience. The meaning of life is experience. Good experience, bad what we might consider good, what we might consider bad. There is no such thing when you're talking about experience from like a spiritual level. There is actually no such thing as good or bad, because something that you perceive as bad right now could actually be good like when you extrapolate out down the road, you're like, oh shit, that really traumatic thing that happened to me, 5 years ago, I now understand why that thing happened to me because it pushed me to do this other thing that I needed to do over here. Right. And so the fact that he's saying, like, this is just all about experience, I absolutely believe that he knows what he's talking about.
Raising my brothers and I Catholic, and then she thought better of it.
I was cradle Catholic. Then I became an atheist for like 10 years. And then I got a little bit hippy dippy on my spiritual thoughts. But then I went back to being Catholic. Now I'm very old school, traditional Latin Mass. So I do have a kind of personal interest in this. You were raised Catholic, didn't take those. So sometime in your childhood,
when I became a teenager.
Teenage, okay. It's kind of the same for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say, okay, I don't want the traditional stuff. I don't want the rigidity. I want more of a personal experience type religion. Now, is there a tension? Because on the one hand, you say you're really taken with doing your own research, maybe scientific studies on the vaccines. You're asking these questions, applying rigor, applying logic. That's how I would approach religion, where I'd say, okay, I've got certain spiritual intuitions, but I want to apply rigor. I want to apply logic. I want to apply theology to it. But then when it comes to the religious stuff, you say, no, I want to throw off those shackles and that rigidity. And I want just a totally personalist kind of relationship to religion.
Well, no. Part of the reason why I rejected Catholicism is because I did some research. And I saw that the modern day Catholic Church is a distillation of the ancient Roman Empire. And that when Constantine converted to Christianity on his deathbed and he changed the Roman Empire from being pagan to being Christian, what they did is they just grafted all the pagan beliefs onto Christianity, and they used Christian disciples and Jesus and all this other stuff to replace all of the pagan gods, and all of the pagan statues. But the holidays remained the same.
Yeah, I've heard these arguments. I'm not as taken with them. I used to believe that, like the dating of Christmas, for instance, or Easter, these sorts of things. I'm not convinced by that any longer. I think that some of the arguments about, say, the place.
There is no way in this universe that Jesus's birthday was actually on Christmas. I hope you guys all understand that. Like, what the QAnon shaman said is exactly correct. Jesus was probably born like in Pisces time, but like it was not on Christmas. That is just not correct, Michael.
Of Sol Invictus or Mithras or the Feast of the Unconquered Sun or whatever.
Yes,
Saturnalia,
exactly what you're talking about.
That I don't think, if you look at, say, the chronography of 354, I don't think that one could really argue that those holidays, particularly Sol Invictus, predates Christianity and the dating of Christmas. I think there are stronger arguments for it in the other way. But perhaps I'll be able to convince you on that later on. For now, it suffices to say, you've followed this more shamanic kind of religious path. How old are you about this time?
Well, when I really started to investigate shamanism, I was about 20 years old.
Okay.
But I had shamanic experiences since, before I hit puberty.
What were those like?
Well, after watching the movie Jesus of Nazareth at 10 years old during spring break in 1997, I was very inspired to do my own communion. And so I grabbed a bottle of wine from the cabinet when my parents weren't looking. I grabbed some bread and I blessed the bread and blessed the wine. And I caught a little bit of a buzz because I kept drinking the wine, but I had a very deep and profound shamanic experience. I felt the presence of God, felt the Holy Spirit. It came over me. I was crying a lot, so that was my first real shamanic experience of like mixing religious ceremony with altered states of consciousness. So that was where that started. But then I had, experiences throughout my teenage years where I was experimenting with cannabis And that really was mind blowing. And I had some pretty profound experiences with that really answered all the questions that I had ever had about reality and God.
Michael Knowles is like, what the hell did I get into? This is great. I didn't expect this at all.
And who I was, what life was about, what reality was, all of that stuff. But it was all like a download. I couldn't actually articulate it like verbally to anybody. I just understood like intuitively, like instantly how everything fits together.
Could you articulate it now?
Oh, yeah.
So what were those insights?
So are you familiar with the Fibonacci sequence and the spiral?
Holy
right? Okay.
shit.
So, and the phi ratio, golden mean,
Yep.
all of that. Okay. So long and short of it,
This guy is legit. Oh my, I could not be more shocked.
is everything is made up of interconnected electromagnetic fields. So everything is a hologram of these interconnected electromagnetic fields on different sizes and scales. Each of these different electromagnetic fields is operating based on this spiral of energy from these higher dimensions to the lower dimensions, dispensing larger or smaller amounts of energy to these higher or lower dimensions based on the frequency of energy that each of these electromagnetic fields is based on.
Would you describe this as I've heard these sorts of ideas described as New Age?
No. And that's what's interesting about shamanism, and this is the reason why I practice it, is because if you look into
New Age is a marketing thing for bookstores. These ideas are not new. They are older than the Christian Bible. People have been practicing these beliefs for millennia. To call them New Age is insulting.
the shamanic culture, all religions are basically practicing different forms of shamanism. So, for example,
Exactly.
in shamanism, they believe in one unified field, a spirit, a great spirit, collective soul, God, Brahma, Nirvana, whatever you want to call it, right? They also believe in the idea of prayer and meditation and getting in tune or in sync with this deity, with this divine creator that is one thing, right? They also believe in the idea of like singing, dancing, music, right? Drumming, okay? And the use of sound, right? They also believe in healing, miraculous healing. They also believe in things like sacraments and the use of plants in the ecosystem that are sacramental or are sacred in one way or another. And they use them either as incense or to consume them or whatever to get in tune or in touch with God, with great spirit, whatever you want to call it. And they also all believe in the spirit world and this idea of life after death. So what I've just described is every religion on the planet. And so this is why I practice shamanism, because it's the first religion. It's the foundation of all religions.
But all those religions are different. They're distinct.
No.
Well, yes and no. When you get down to the shamanic roots of all of them, they all essentially believe in the same thing. They just have different labels. And that would make sense considering everybody speaks different languages.
Okay. I'm a little skeptical of this because it seems to me the devil's in the details always. There are similarities between Christianity and Islam, maybe even between Christianity and Buddhism. But it seems to me there are stark differences too in the view of who God is either part of the world or separate from the world, our relation to him. So I do wonder if there are some distinctions here. But the impulse, at the very least, in your pull toward shamanism is that it seems to be universalized.
Yes, universal.
And primitive in that it's a kind of proto-religion that, in your mind, has parts in all of these other religions.
Well, but the thing is it's really not primitive. And the reason why I say that is because the shamans, they understood quantum physics before quantum physicists did. They understood the role of sound and the rules of physics long before they were ever discovered by Western philosophers and physicists. And they gained these understandings based on personal experiences. You see, now part of why shamanism is so important to me is because it's about understanding what reality is, how reality works, and how it is that we play a role in that reality, like the power of manifestation, for example, or the law of attraction, things of that nature.
Oh, please,
So-
please, 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 please school Michael Knowles in the law of attraction. I never anticipated this interview was going to go this way in the first 20 minutes. This is amazing.
So what is your role?
Well, you see, so like I was saying, everything is made up of these infinitely interconnected electromagnetic fields of different
Hang
higher.
on, we got a super chat from Rottweiler. Rottweiler says, this is what happens when you grow up believing Abrahamic faith didn't borrow from neighboring older religions. Even Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings, borrowing from the epics of Gilgamesh and the Legend of Beowulf. That's right. Everything borrows from everything else. And guys, just so we're clear, for like, if this is not something that like you're familiar with, and thank you for that super chat, Rottweiler, I appreciate it. If this is not something that you're familiar with, like essentially, okay, my perspective on all of the different world religions is very similar to his in that they all have the same basic core, but different people need to find God in different ways. And so some people are going to find God through shamanism. Some people are going to find God through more like generalized spirituality. Some people are going to find God through Christianity. Some are going to do Islam, Buddhism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like there need to be different avenues towards kind of some of the similar ideas because not everyone is the same. Not everyone is going to respond to the same things. And so it goes. And so I completely agree with him that like when you look at the bare bones of all these spiritual, like these religions, they do have all of the same components. But what I didn't understand when I first started getting into this stuff that I just want to make clear is like when he's talking about, I mean, I don't know how woo he's going to get, but like when you're talking about like law of attraction, which people think of as like the secret or whatever, and they think of it more of like a new age thing, law of attraction overlaps with all of this. Shamans talk about this like all the time. When you talk about tarot cards, spiritual, like astrology, things like that, all of this overlaps the same way. Yes, like this is like Jungian, right? Jung used tarot cards because it's all about when he's talking about energy. Everything is energy. I'm energy. You're energy. The tarot cards I literally have sitting on my desk right now are energy. Like everything is made up of energy. And that is always true, regardless of whether you're talking about like astrology, tarot cards, law of attraction, shamanism, Christianity, Buddhism, atheists, like whatever. Like like every single thing is connected because we are all energy.
Dimensions, times, scales of energy, etc. So human beings are like right in the middle between the extremely infinitely small and the extremely infinitely large. And because we're kind of like right in the middle, we're like antenna for what quantum physicists call non-local consciousness. They say that basically consciousness is not produced in the brain through complex neural activity, but rather consciousness is produced in the universe, like the laws of physics. And we are a antenna for that consciousness, for that self-awareness signal that permeates all things. And so our role then becomes one of almost like co-creation, that it's like reality is like 95% created. And then we have the choice, free will, to choose which reality we wish to embody based on the cycling of this energy. So if you look into the Heart Math Institute and the role that frequencies play.
He just talked about jumping timelines. Okay. So this is this idea. This is so fucking good. This is this idea that there are at any given time. Okay, here's an advanced concept. And I understand if this sounds confusing. And I'm going to sound like woke for a second, but I promise it's not really woke. It's just something that woke tries to appropriate. Time is not real. Everything that has ever happened or will ever happen is happening right now. This is one of the biggest mind fucks that you will ever wander down if you go into different spiritual circles. Time is not real. Time is something that we as human beings have created in order to make sense of what we are experiencing right now. there are multiple different versions of reality that we can choose to put ourselves in at any given time. The version of reality that we experience is directly connected to the thoughts and emotions that we have in our head. What do we want? Now, this is not a simple question because I'll give you an example. Have you ever been depressed? I've been depressed. Do you know what you want more than anything when you're depressed? To stay depressed, to be miserable. You might think you want to be happy, but there is something preventing you from being happy. And that thing and when you're depressed, it's very easy to look at every single thing that happens to you as negative, right? Someone looked at me the wrong way. They don't like me. Someone said this about me. It's because they hate me. And someone's, like if I why would I even bother asking that person out because they're obviously going to say no, sort of thing. When we are in a funk and we are in a bad headspace, it is oftentimes easier to see everything in the world as negative, which only reinforces the depression. It's not simple enough to say, I want to be happy, because if you subconsciously have become very comfortable being depressed and being upset and having low self-worth and low self-esteem, then you are going to want more of that. And this is why, like, it doesn't make sense from a logical perspective, but it makes sense from a psychological perspective because there's a logic to the psyche, sort of thing. So when you're like, one of the games you can play, and again, this is like advanced spirituality sort of stuff, and he's actually explaining it much better than I am. Like, if you learn to meditate, which I recommend everyone learn to meditate at some point, you can use meditation to put yourself in different mental states that will allow for you to experience different things in the world. Because he is right that we are like antenna for energy. We will attract what we are putting out into the world. Have you ever heard the phrase misery loves company? If you are a miserable, toxic human being, chances are you are going to attract miserable, toxic human beings to you because being miserable and toxic is the energy that you are putting out into the world. When you get over your depression and you get happier and your mood changes, the miserable, toxic human beings aren't going to want to be around you anymore because now you're disrupting their ability to be miserable. And so they're going to start to hate you, or they're going to write you off, or they're just going to stop talking to you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to call you a horrible person on the internet, like whatever it is, because you stopped giving them what they wanted, which is misery. Right. But like when one door closes, another opens. When you get those miserable, toxic people out of your life, you open the door to new positive people coming in if that's what you're putting out into the world. Yes, as you sow, so shall you reap. Exactly. That's what he's talking about. But when he's talking about like different realities, there are different timelines that exist that you can jump into, and you can use meditation to do that. And I hope he continues to expand on this because he's explaining it much better than I am.
In our DNA and the activation of antenna on our DNA that send and receive light and information, then you'll realize that these things send and receive light and information with non-local consciousness, or this larger unified energetic field that is conscious. God is conscious, right?
God certainly is, yeah.
So the idea here is that we are a part of this interconnected whole. And very similar to how a computer can change things on the internet by changing the code of this cloud of electromagnetic frequencies, right? Changing the code. We as human beings are like computers. And it's like this non-local consciousness signal is like Wi-Fi or the internet. And so through our thoughts, through our emotions, through our words, through our actions, we influence the code or the matrix of reality itself.
He's right.
Now,
Holy
couldn't I just
shit.
say that I'm a human being and I've got free will and I do something, and when I do something, when I act in the world, that changes the world?
Yes.
Is that what you just said?
Basically, yes.
Okay. So I totally agree with that. And therefore, we do all have roles to play in the world, and we have given circumstances, but we can also act on those circumstances. And so you're choosing to act. Of course, politics and political activism is a very specific form of acting in order to change the world. At what point are you drawn to political activism?
Well, I consider it more so spiritual activism, because the whole reason our socioeconomic and geopolitical systems are so corrupt and so askew is because our spiritual systems are so corrupted and so askew.
Michael Knowles is hating life right now in this interview. Like, do you think Michael Knowles had any idea what he was walking into with this interview? I'm in a much better mood now that we're like 20 minutes into this interview. I'm totally over like one of my longtime supporters basically being a little pissy. Like, Jesus Christ. Rottweiler says that's why there seems to be a strong correlation between Marxism and the malignant narcissist. Marx was a malignant narcissist himself, according to some studies, and so it attracts malignant narcissists like moths to a flame. That's really interesting, Rottweiler. I mean, yeah, I think that that's true. There's absolutely a correlation between and we know this because there was a study that came out like 3 months ago that basically said there was a coalition, a coalition rather, between like people with narcissistic tendencies and like social justice. But it's probably you're probably right, because Marx was a malignant narcissist, and so of course his ideology are going to attract malignant narcissists. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
So our spiritual perspective has been so heavily distorted that it has created a reflection of that distortion in our socioeconomic and geopolitical systems. And that's why we're running into the issue we're running into. If we understood the real nature of reality, then we wouldn't be in the mess that we're in. It's because of our ignorance. It's because of this.
If people were more spiritualized, Michael Knowles, we wouldn't be in the position that we are in. Yes, Knowles is treating him very respectfully, but you can see the look of fear in his eye right now. But he is asking good questions. Janet H., did anyone listen to the full interview on the Daily Wire? I assume they had subscriber-only content. I mean, this interview is like 2 hours long, Janet, so we're going to be listening to quite a bit today. But yeah, it would be interesting to know if anyone did listen to the full interview. This is probably the best thing Michael Knowles could experience. Ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth?
Crisis of consciousness that is here on the planet, that everything is so bad. You see? So I'm trying to take the knife out of the hand, not put a Band-Aid on the wound. I'm a spiritual activist. I'm trying to bring spiritual principles that are founded not only in modern science, but also in ancient traditions, and fuse them together so that people can gain a larger, grander understanding of reality and therefore create better socioeconomic and geopolitical systems.
So I broadly agree that the political problems are religious and spiritual problems. I disagree in that I don't think it's just a matter of people not possessing sufficient knowledge or consciousness. I suspect that the reason that the world has fallen as it is because of original sin. And I think that you're totally right that these political...
Does that sound ridiculous to anyone else? Like the QAnon shaman, okay, the QAnon shaman is saying some crazy things for people who are not familiar with these ideas, but effectively let me boil it down to like what Jacob is saying. He's saying your thoughts create your reality. Your thoughts dictate how you show up in the world. Your thoughts dictate what you attract. Your thoughts are connected to everything. That is the bare bones thing of what Jacob is saying. And Michael Knowles is like, no, I don't agree with you. We are falling because of original sin. Michael, come on. Like you can think that woo is crazy, but can we all agree that it is far more likely that our thoughts create our reality, our thoughts dictate our actions, our thoughts connect us to everything, than it is that original sin is the only problem that we have in the world? Could it be that people just have really effed up mindsets because of the constant diet of bullshit that comes from the media and social media and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And I'm sorry, organized religion that says it's all original sin and Jesus Christ is our savior and he will save us all. So you don't actually have to do anything. You just have to sit around and wait for the rapture. Like, like, just on a basic kind of human being level, it makes more sense to me that our thoughts create our reality because they dictate our actions, they dictate how we show up in the world, they dictate what we do, what we don't do, etc., 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 than original sin is our greatest downfall.
Systems are just filled with evil, but I think it's because the Christian view is that we're governed by principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness in high places. And the Gnostic view is this view that there's this secret knowledge, that if we just get the secret knowledge, that the knowledge itself and consciousness itself will change things.
He's not a Gnostic.
I take it you're more of the Gnostic view.
He's not a Gnostic.
That there's a kind of a knowledge and a consciousness we have to attain, and then we won't have this evil in the world anymore.
Yes, to a certain extent.
To a certain extent.
So look at it like this. All of the capitals in the United States, state capitals and our nation's capital, are all built on electromagnetic ley lines. Are you familiar with ley lines?
Not really, no.
Okay, so ley lines in the simplest terms are like rivers of electromagnetic energy that run all around the planet. Our planet has an electromagnetic field, right? So these ley lines go and they surround the planet, but they also go all the way down to the core of the planet, because that's essentially, they're all one, right? Now, where it is that these ley lines come across the surface of the planet and where they crisscross each other, that's where all these ancient sacred sites like pyramids, obelisks, ancient temples, even medicine wheels in the Native American tradition, that's where it is that they have been placed, because these areas are like centers for heightened electromagnetic activity. And there's also the placement for vortexes that are in these ecosystems. And these vortexes govern the balance of the ecosystem based on the distribution of nutrients, water, etc., minerals, etc. Now,
he does know
all of our Capitol buildings and Washington, D.C., all of like the Capitol, the White House, the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, all of these things are built on ley lines. Okay, the Vatican, built on ley lines, that also has an obelisk. The London Palace, built on ley lines, also has an obelisk. Okay, the pyramid in Giza, the pyramids in China, the pyramids in Mesoamerica, all built on electromagnetic ley lines, right? Now, each of these buildings is writing law, right? What is law? Law is words or code. And that code is dictating our thoughts and our emotions, and therefore our behavior based on what we can buy, what we can sell, what is legal, what is illegal, etc. Now, if we have a corrupt globalist oligarchy that has infiltrated our system to create laws that favor them, then we have essentially a Trojan horse writing bad code. Right? And very similar to how if you get a virus in a computer, that virus in the computer can end up changing the code or the software to where all of the energy within that that's cycled through that computer gets segued over to one portion of the computer.
Does everyone feel, maybe it's just me, but I feel like we all owe a collective apology to the QAnon shaman for making fun of him for 2 years? I mean, I won't say I ever really made fun of him. I didn't think he was serious, though. I'm going to say that. I absolutely did not think he was serious. When I met him in Phoenix, I didn't think he was serious. When I saw him front and center at the Capitol on January 6th, I didn't think he was serious. I thought that this was all a joke. I thought it was a gag. I thought he was like he knows. I apologize, Jacob. I am sorry. I misjudged you emphatically. I will never make that mistake again. I am learning a deeply important lesson about not judging someone just because they wear face paint and horns. He really knows his stuff. This is like not a joke.
Right? And it slows the computer down dramatically, right? So if we look at the Earth like it's a gigantic supercomputer of sorts, and we see these globalist less than 1%ers infiltrating the system, affecting the code so that all of our hard work, all of our time, all of our energy, all of our money goes to feed them, and they're less than 1%. They're debt-based currencies. There's 150 corporate international entities, their corrupt governments, etc., then we begin to see how it is that, similar to a virus in a computer, all of our time, energy, all of our work, all of our money is going to feed them, these less than 1%ers.
So it's the less than 1%ers These are the globalists. Okay. But it's not just the Democrats. It's not just the...
It's Democrats and Republicans.
Okay.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, it's a uniparty in DC. But it's also important to understand that what we're talking about here, what's happened here in America has happened all over the world, in all of the countries that have a central banking system, a debt-based currency.
Oh shit.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out the timeline here of the obelisks and the ley lines and the nefarious powers.
Knowles is totally
When did it all go bad? Were these institutions ever good? Were they ever
no, they were always to control
just
people.
or anything like that? Or was it always bad? When they built the Capitol in DC, that was already rotten at that point.
No, in my opinion, from my reading of history, when it comes to so George Washington was a Mason.
Yeah.
A lot of our founding fathers were Masons. Now, what they were attempting to do was to get away from the attempt to build the New World Order in Europe and have that be brought over here to America.
Well, that's a fair
Okay,
point.
so they were basically giving the finger to the globalist elite at the time over in Europe, the crown and the Masons that were over there that were attempting to control all the resources and all the labor in the known world at the time.
But they were Freemasons too.
Yes, but not all Freemasons are bad.
Okay.
Okay, so the founders understood the power behind money. They understood the power behind the ley lines. They understood the power behind law. They understood the power behind the government's monopoly on the initiation of force. They also understood the power behind owning and controlling the resources, the labor, and the transportation of those things, right? So they were trying to create a new system, something that had never been done before. A Greco-Roman democratic republic, a constitutional republic, where the government recognizes God as the ultimate authority and that our rights come from God, not from the government. You see? So in the process, they were creating a system that allowed human beings to practice these God-given freedoms, these God-given rights, these unalienable rights without government interference. Hence, we get the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, et cetera.
And you don't see that as being just an extension of the English tradition? You know, that in England, even with a king, they recognized that God gives us certain rights, that some of these rights are protected in traditions and constitutions like Magna Carta, say, or beginning with Magna Carta and then coming on through the
Then
English
why
common
did the
law
Pilgrims
tradition.
leave, Michael? Then why did they
I don't know.
leave?
You're saying so what happens in America, it's totally different.
Well, it's something that's never been done before. But I really do think that the founders messed up in some way, shape, or form because they did not recognize that the Native Americans here were more free than any European could have possibly dreamed of. And so they failed to integrate, like the Iroquois. Are you familiar with the Iroquois and their republic?
A really good point.
Yeah. So they failed to integrate that kind of a understanding about nature, about symbiosis with other nations, with other people, with other tribes.
So the Iroquois were cannibals, right? I mean, the Iroquois, it wasn't all like Pocahontas Avatar stuff.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of misinformation out there regarding Native American tradition. That's just all there is to it. The Native Americans were the first to get screwed over by the feds. Okay. And if the feds are willing to lie about modern American citizens, why wouldn't they be willing to lie for an agenda way back in the day?
True.
Now, regardless of those lies, let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater here. Okay. The Native American tradition of symbiosis with the environment, the understanding of factoring in the seventh generation anytime that the tribe comes to a crossroads and asking ourselves, how will this decision affect 7 generations from now? We don't do that.
Yeah, right. We don't think 7 months into the future.
Oh, I know.
7 generations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing. I'm thinking centuries ahead. I'm thinking 7 generations ahead. And I'm saying to myself,
I think more broadly speaking, and this is like a really like good point to consider, it's like you can do gotchas with every single group of people that's ever existed in the world. So Michael Knowles just tried to do like a gotcha with like, oh, the Iroquois were cannibals, weren't they? Well, I mean, like, I don't know the truth of that because I haven't looked into it all that much, but I'll say this, it's like every single group in the world is going to have gotchas where it's like, oh, this person of this group did this bad thing, and so let's demonize the entire group because this person did this bad thing one time. And the thing is because, like, thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. You didn't need to give me money, but we can be friends again. All right, I'll read the message. Thank you. Now I feel guilty because you really didn't have to send me a super chat like this to like make amends, but I do appreciate it and I will accept it. Thank you. But what was I saying? So it's like if you're going to, like, human beings have free will. There is not a single group of human beings anywhere in the world that will not have people that make mistakes or do things they shouldn't. Or part of the reason that the purpose of life is experience is because you are deliberately supposed to have experiences that teach you, oh, that's a good idea, or oh, that's really not a good idea, that didn't turn out the way I thought it would. So to say that, like, we're going to do gotchas on these things that are on the whole positive things, right? But, like, you have people that did things that didn't work out or that were really bad ideas or things like that. You are, like, as he said, throwing the baby out with the bathwater of, like, you have all this good stuff that we've learned. Human beings have free will. Human beings are inherently flawed, and we shouldn't throw out the good things just because there may have been some not so good things, because the only way that you learn is by the not so good things. That's how you gain the experience to learn what you like, what you don't like, what you value, what you don't value, what you should do moving forward, what you shouldn't do moving forward, things like that. Fish Addict, I wonder if we can get Jacob to port. That is a good question. I'm gonna I'm gonna ping the organizer of Porkfest and be like, yo, you gotta get the QAnon shaman to Porkfest to talk about some of this stuff, because, like, this is like, I would love for him to come to Porkfest. I don't know if he can leave the state. I don't know if he can leave the state of Arizona, but maybe by next June he would be able to. I would host the QAnon shaman on my Porkfest site. Like we can all crowdfund to get him to come. It would be great. Even if the organizers don't want him, I will host the QAnon shaman on my Porkfest site. I'm not even joking about that.
Based on where we're at now, if we continue to go down this road, where are we going to be? And this kind of dives into this idea of my care for the environment, because I have a oneness with nature. So I view nature as an extension of myself. Technically, nature is an extension of everybody. You know, we are a piece of nature.
I consider myself distinct from the natural environment. I consider myself, as the Christian view, that the natural environment is here for me, that I am a steward of these things, and that I am here to serve God, and I'm distinct from God in that way. Though, to your point on religion, there is such a thing as sacrament, and there is such a thing as communion. So that's an important aspect too. But I guess maybe the difference in view that we have here is, I don't really think we're all just kind of one. You know, I think that we're rather distinct and individual.
Well, that's called ego.
Yep.
And I do everything I can to dissolve that in myself. I'm of the belief that the only way that we can have any sort of an objective view of reality is if we dissolve that ego, right? So when I've had boundary dissolving experiences, either through meditation, through tattooing, through fasting, through sexual abstinence, or through psychedelic experiences, I have had this feeling and this experience of boundary dissolution. This ego death occurs, and the objective reality of interconnectivity is what I'm served.
Oh shit!
Is what God gives to me.
Oh
And
my God!
This is part of the reason why shamanic practitioners always pray before they do any of these things. Why it is a part of a ceremony where the whole point is to get in touch with God and to dissolve the ego, so that these transcendental experiences can be had. Now, in what you're saying about like nature and being separate, if I were to ask you, are you your eyeballs? You would say, no, you're not your eyeballs. You're not your fingernails.
No.
You're not your liver.
No.
You're not your brain, right? You're all of these things creating a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts.
And crucially, I'm soul as well.
Right.
So physical, but also metaphysical.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so that metaphysical soul, what is that?
The technical language would be that the soul is the substantial form of the body. So the body is matter, and as you say, it's not neatly divisible like you'd divide a catalytic converter from the other parts of a car. It's part of the whole of my body. So if you kill me, my liver's not going to do a lot of good, at least after a short period of time. So the body is the matter, and the soul is the form, and then together they form a hylomorphic unity, which is myself. That's my conception.
Okay. So your body is made up of energy, yeah? If you were to break down every piece of your being, and you just like, okay, you're made up of atoms. What are atoms made up of? Quarks, and you keep breaking it down. Eventually you just get to like this quantum foam of energy, right?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. So that means that your soul, your very being, which is interconnected with the body, is also made up of energy. It's made up of this pure, transcendental, everything stuff.
Well, I guess this would be another distinction, perhaps, between our views of the world. I don't think that the metaphysical stuff can be simplified down to physical stuff. I think they're distinct in the way that a symbol is distinct from the thing that it symbolizes. I think that you can get all the way down on the physical level to my body and to all the little.
Can I just say too, I'm absolutely loving seeing in the chat people that I didn't know were woo, and you guys are coming out with some of the most woo things, and I'm like, I had no idea this person understood this. I'm loving this so much. This makes me so happy.
Molecules and atoms and quarks and whatever else is there, but you're not going to find the soul at the physical level, because the soul is metaphysical, and they're joined together in a real way, but not in a way that can be reduced to physicality.
Right. Well, energy isn't per se physical. Energy is metaphysical. It is beyond the physical. It is something that transcends physicality, because our bodies are a frequency of energy manifesting in a physical form. Right? So the whole reason why I'm bringing that up is this. If you are not your body on its own, if your body isn't just its organs, right? And you are this whole that is greater than the sum of its parts, then the same forces of creation that created your body also created the earth. They created the sun. They created the entire galaxy, the whole universe, right? So if you are not your eyes or your liver or your fingernails, but you are this whole that is greater than the sum, that also means that you are the sun, you are the earth, you are interconnected to all of these things on an energetic level. And the whole point of these transcendental experiences is to dive into that level where everything is one. And to have the experience of bliss, it is a very real bliss, to have that experience of bliss as often as possible.
What strikes me most about that explanation is the way that you were painted by the media and continue to be painted by the media is that you're a far right, radical extremist. And the same things they say about me. But our views are very, very different on these topics. And your description of things, certainly if you'd asked me 10 years ago, I would say this sounds like a far left-wing person, not like a far right-wing person. And maybe you don't have this left label or right label in your own self-conception anyway, but it is striking to me that this sounds kind of lib, and yet you're out there for Donald Trump.
And this, conservatives, is what happens when you assume that anyone who is not practicing an Abrahamic religion of some sort is a leftist liberal. Because the fact of the matter is that what he's talking about, these beliefs, are actually far more like conservative than most conservatives even begin to understand. And what I mean by that is you are responsible for every single thing that you experience. You're responsible for every good thing you experience. You're responsible for every bad thing you experience. It is the ultimate form of individuality. It is the ultimate form of self-empowerment. It is the ultimate form of having to take personal responsibility for how you show up in the world and what you experience in the world. It is far more individualized than it is collectivist. It doesn't even believe in collectivism at all. And so I really hope that like conservatives that have this view that everyone who is not a Christian or a like Orthodox Jew or something like is inherently a liberal. I hope people are watching this and really are starting to understand that no, you cannot judge a person based on their spiritual beliefs, and just because it's something that you don't like or you don't practice or you don't understand, maybe because you've never encountered it. I actually think like they're like I had this experience when I got canceled for saying that everyone chooses their own death. There are so many people on the right, and this is probably true of people on the left too, if I'm being honest about it, but the left generally is very non-religious. There are more people on the right that are religious than people on the left that are religious. There are so many people on the political right that genuinely have no effing idea that there are spiritual belief systems that are not Christian. I'm not exaggerating when I say that. They genuinely have no idea. I get told I am probably like more conscious of my relationship with God than most conservatives on the internet, honestly. Do you know how many times conservatives have told me, if you're not a Christian, you must be an atheist? Like, no, not in any way. No, I probably have a closer connection with God than you do, bro. But I don't believe the same things you do. That doesn't mean I'm an atheist. That just means I am not a Christian. But I mean, truly, I have probably been told that like minimally hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. Dragon Water says, "Thank you for this, Carlin. So much better than yesterday. He breaks it. He is so good. Like, I want to get the QAnon shaman to come talk in one of our community Zooms. I'm not even joking about that. Like, teach us, Jacob. Teach us your way. Like, you can listen. Like, I'm being kind of facetious there, but like, I'm not really, because one of the things I'm actually really appreciating about this interview is you can tell that he is a wonderful teacher. You can tell he has spent a lot of time figuring out how to teach this, probably because he spent a lot of time learning it. So he's a great teacher. I am genuinely like dumbstruck by this. I did not anticipate this being the interview. Oh, yeah, Sandy, I've been told that hundreds of times. Hundreds. Do you even believe in God? Yes, I do. Just not your God.
For the conservatives and for the Republican Party? Is that, would you describe your political activism as right wing even, or no?
I'm a centrist. Okay, I believe that there are things that the Republicans have that are, or the conservative.
Oh God, I can't wait for this answer. But we're gonna take the super chat from Rottweiler. What else do you expect from the people who believe Christianity built civilization, or that it is the oldest religion ever? Peak ignorance. I mean, it just never occurred to me, Rottweiler. It's like, listen, man, if you're a Christian, and thank you, Rottweiler, for the super chat. I appreciate it. But if you're a Christian, I'm not shitting on Christianity to say that there are other religions in the world and there are other belief systems in the world. And honestly, like, I don't care if you're a Christian, it makes no difference to me. But you should probably understand that there are other belief systems in the world. And it doesn't like try just I started learning about Buddhism when I was in high school. It honestly never occurred to me that people would go through their entire lives never learning about the existence of other religions. Or maybe they conceptually know they exist, but they know nothing about them. It's bizarre. So no, Christians did not build civilization. That's not a knock on Christianity. That's just straight fact. There was civilization for millennia before Jesus even came around. Like, that's just straight fact. There were other belief systems before Christianity. Like, you might not like them, you might not practice them, but that doesn't mean they didn't exist. And like, it's like, if you want to be all facts don't care about your feelings, then facts don't care about your feelings. You weren't the religion that built civilization. I'm sorry. Like,
have that are right, and that they're just completely off the wall wrong. And it's the same thing with the libs, with the liberals. There's things where I agree with them, but there's other things where I'm like, that's absolutely ludicrous. That's insane.
What are some of the examples of these for the left or the right?
Well, a good example for the right would be their stance on things like cannabis and psychedelic therapy.
yes, Jacob.
They think that it's the devil. And I think that's absolutely ludicrous.
I don't call it the devil, though. I do say it's the devil's lettuce.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's the devil's lettuce, or it's somehow related to evil, and that's not the case at all. But like with the liberals, like, okay, they're behind the whole thing with psychedelic therapy and cannabis, but then they're also for this idea of
no! Don't do this to us, Daily Wire. For once, don't fucking shill for bullshit. Come on.
But my point is that there's a lot of logical fallacies in that argument, just like there's logical fallacies in the arguments that are on the right as well. For example, the death penalty. The conservatives will say that's a baby in the womb. That's a life. Life is sacred. Don't harm the baby, which I'm all for.
Yeah.
Okay. Totally agree with. But then at the same time, they will go and say that we need to kill inmates. And we need to somehow give the government permission to kill its own citizens.
I agree.
I would say that.
Well, but
in some cases.
But I look, and I understand why. But here's the thing: there have been a lot of people on death row that have been found to be innocent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if all it takes for the government to get rid of their opposition is smear them enough and frame them enough to where they end up being executed as innocent people, then the very government that we are saying is untrustworthy, we are now trusting to kill its own citizens. Yep. I don't know about you. I wouldn't trust the Biden administration with the death penalty.
I wouldn't trust the Biden administration to pave a highway.
Yeah. So well, then why are we trusting them with the death penalty?
Well, I suppose the people who support the death penalty, such as myself, or well, really just anyone who supports any system of law and order, you just have to have some kind of law and order, I guess. And so
Michael Knowles is in favor of executing innocent people. That's really nice. Listen, conservatives, you can't say that you value life when you are giving the government the ability to kill people. I completely agree with this argument. I don't support the death penalty for that explicit reason. There have been so many innocent people that have been found to be innocent while on death row that do you really think the government has never executed an innocent person? And if you had to have the choice between an innocent person, like, not being put to death and, real criminals staying in jail for the rest of their lives, why does it burn you so much that these people don't just rot in jail for the rest of their lives? Isn't it worth it if you're saving one innocent person? I think it's worth it if you're saving one innocent person. It doesn't impact you at all. They're never going to get out of prison. Why do you have why do conservatives think that they can play God when it comes to the government literally putting people to death, but they expect us to believe that they're pro-life on abortion? I don't believe they're pro-life on that. I believe that they only care about children being born and then don't give a shit about them after that. Don't ever tell me you're pro-life if you're pro-death penalty, please.
If the civil authority is compromised and corrupt and incompetent and all the things that it is, that's a horrible problem and we need to fix it. But you can't do without law, the law being an ordinance of reason for the common good by him who has care of the community. And unfortunately, this jerk, Joe Biden, has care of the community. So now we've got to deal with that. So there are always going to be those imperfections. Nevertheless, we still have to enforce the law, but even if it's being unduly enforced against certain political enemies and political friends are getting off the hook for much more heinous crimes, as we're seeing around us today.
I'm not advocating for not having law and order. What I'm saying is that it is hypocritical for the conservatives to say that they support life and that all life is precious, and then at the same
No, we would say innocent life.
okay, innocent life. Okay.
Yeah.
Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
Wait, so conservatives don't really believe that all life is precious. It's just the lives of people who haven't been born yet. Oh, okay, exactly. Exactly. That's why conservatives are so quick to discard all the children that they forced to be born with these stupid abortion laws, because they don't actually care about them after they're born. They just want to get them into the world, and then, they can fend for themselves.
Yes, but
Okay,
also the civil
I'm not
authority
saying
does
that we
not bear
shouldn't
the
lock
sword
these
in
people
vain.
up, but I'm not saying we shouldn't lock these people up if they've committed murder or child rape or whatever.
But vengeance is
Okay.
mine, saith the Lord. Why should we lock them up?
Because
You're
there's a
not the
difference
Lord,
between killing
Michael.
somebody and imprisoning them.
Yeah.
Okay. I know that there's a very large difference between the death penalty and prison.
Sure.
I've been to prison. So I know the kind of treatment that pedophiles and child rapists get in prison.
And the death penalty.
Well,
right?
but in some cases, it's the death by 1,000 cuts, because, like, for example, there was a dude that was in the prison that I was at where his crime was heinous and it was against a child, and he had his ass beat several times on the yard. Okay, and it came out of nowhere each and every time, and a lot of the time, the person that did it would end up leaving the prison, and then somebody new would come and they didn't know his crime until they found it out, and then they wanted to beat his ass. You see what I'm saying? So vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. He couldn't leave that prison because that's one of the only safe places for him. You see?
Relatively. Yeah.
Relatively, exactly. So do you see what I'm trying to say, though, about how, like, look, if God doesn't take their life, then there's a reason. God can take anybody's life like that.
Don't ever tell me you really believe in God if you don't trust the process that unfolds throughout someone's life and karma. What he's talking about right now is karma. That guy committed heinous acts, and as a consequence for that, will perpetually get his ass beaten several times a week for the rest of the time that he's in prison, which will probably be a while. Don't tell me that that guy is getting what he deserved. And just because you're not putting him to death, but like by virtue of the government deciding that they get to kill someone today, doesn't mean he's not being punished. It doesn't mean that he's not receiving retribution, and it doesn't mean that he's not receiving exactly the type of karma that God believes is an appropriate retribution for like whatever he did. Everything we contribute to the world is going to come back to us at some point. And so it doesn't necessarily need to be like human beings exerting that force to say, we are God and we will punish you. It's like the universe is going to take care of itself. Karma is going to take care of itself. Why do you, as a human being, feel the need to intervene to get the government to murder someone for your own personal feelings? Why can't you just let karma play out exactly as it's going to, which is what he's talking about? Exactly. Karma already exists. You don't need a nefarious entity to play middleman and corrupt the natural process. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Right? And if you believe in God, then you believe that. So there has to be a reason why God is not taking the life of these individuals. And should the power that God has not chosen to use be given to the government and our bad judgment, especially if there's a corrupt government that's in place?
St. Paul would say yes, but perhaps a point for a later debate. I'm curious about how people reacted to you in the prison.
Interest and curiosity. Some of the minority communities, for a brief time, thought that I was racist because they watched CNN.
Right.
You know what I mean? But then all it took was 5 minutes of conversing with me, and they realized this guy's not racist at all. This guy's all right. I actually kind of like him. You know?
So no one tried to beat you up or anything like that?
No, I was there. I was at a prison. The prison I was at, there was a riot. And actually, a lot of the guys that were in the unit that I was in, as I was like looking out the window, they're like, Chansley, get away from the window. They see you, they might come in here and pull you out and beat your ass. So Get away from the window. There's good people in prison that just made really bad decisions.
Of course.
Right? But there's also, and anybody that's been in prison will tell you, there's some scumbags, there's some dirtbags, there's some not good people, and they deserve to be in prison.
How were you treated by the prison itself? We've read all sorts of stories about January 6th people who had pretty difficult treatment, solitary confinement, that sort of thing. How was your treatment? Well,
in DC, when I was in the DC jail or DC gulag, that was the first time I ever experienced racism in my entire life. And then after I got moved to Alexandria, Virginia, I was in solitary the whole time. So 10 and a half months. They said it was for COVID. And then they said it was for my protection. But the thing is that when they transferred me to other locations, they'll put me in general population. So then that goes right out the window.
10 and a half
These
months
reasons go right out the window. I think personally that it was more so about trying to break my spirit than it had anything to do with trying to keep me safe or, keeping COVID at a minimum or whatever.
You were in solitary confinement for 10 and a half months.
10 and a half months.
How did you keep any of your wits about you in that? It seems like torture.
God, my shamanic breathing techniques, prayer, meditation.
I mean, there are shamans, and I've actually thought about doing this because one of the shamans I worked with in Peru taught me about doing this, where like if you put yourself in a place of, we're talking like complete and total isolation. Like what one of the shamans I worked with in Peru would do is she would literally go into the jungle. As a woman would go into the jungle, not bring anything with her, and trust that the jungle was going to take care of her. I'm not saying I would do this in particular. This is like advanced level stuff. I'm not suggesting anyone do this, but she would go into the jungle with nothing, stay there for like weeks, and the jungle would provide for her. The jungle would provide shelter. The jungle would provide food. She knew that, spirit, God was going to protect her. And she came back every time. And she always had everything she needed. And it was in those periods of being like completely isolated by yourself, maybe sitting in a cave somewhere where there's no one else around. And the only thing you had, there's no electronics, there's no television, there's nothing. The only thing you have is yourself. That's when you can experience some of the most profound connection to God and the most profound like spiritual growth. And so I've thought about like, I bet that like, I'm not suggesting like 10 and a half months in solitary confinement was a walk in the park, because I'm sure it wasn't. That must have sucked really, really badly. But I bet you that Jacob also had a lot of personal growth in that time, because I'm going to bet he spent that time meditating. He spent that time, he's already said he was doing his breathing exercises, which is meditation. Like it's like a precursor to meditation, essentially. Like, I mean, like, I bet you he actually got more in tune with God being in solitary confinement than he had been before. So maybe there's some good in that,
And that's pretty much it. I mean, I experienced some miraculous things.
See?
In solitary.
Told ya.
A good example would be, so when I was in Florence, Arizona, when I first got arrested, they just arrested me based on misdemeanor charges. Okay.
The misdemeanor charge was like trespassing or something?
Yeah, parading on Capitol grounds, that kind of stuff. And then about 4 or 5 days in, they slapped me with 2 felonies. And then the maximum sentence for those 2 felonies was 25 years total.
So as I read, again, I don't know that I should believe any reporting on you or January 6th, but what I read was the felony was obstructing an official proceeding.
Yes. And then the other one was like basically rioting.
Okay.
Which they had no evidence that I was rioting.
25 years.
As a maximum sentence. So like and the judge that I had when I, pleaded guilty and at my sentencing, I said, I thought I was looking at 20, 25 years in prison. He said, if you would have gone to trial, he said, you did the smart thing, because if you would have gone to trial, you were looking at something like 20 years.
So you avoided trial by pleading guilty.
Yes.
And apologizing, saying you regretted it?
Well, I don't want to go too much into that because of the motion,
Got it.
But long story short, the experience that I had after those felonies were slapped on me, right? I'm freaking out. I'm in a cell. I'm freaking out. I'm like, what the hell? God, show me you're with me. Show me that you're hearing my prayers. Give me a sign, please. I had a Bible in my hand. I said, I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to open this Bible and I'm going to point to a random verse with my eyes closed. And I need you to speak with me. Tell me you're with me. Tell me that this is going to be okay. So I close my eyes. I open the Bible. I point to a random verse. And the verse was, I am yours and you are mine. I have redeemed you and called you by name, O Jacob. Oh, yeah. And that just rocked my world because the statistical likelihood that would happen is so astronomical that my name would be in it.
There
of all
are
things,
no
talking about
coincidences.
redeeming me, I'm yours, you are mine. Like, whoa. And there was other things like, for example, I'd be in my cell in solitary confinement in Alexandria and I'd be praying and praying and praying during the day. And like, God, like, why? Why'd you ask me to go through this? Why'd you ask me to do this? Like, this is so hard. The media's lying, the government's lying, and I can't do anything about it. I can't defend myself. Please give me a sign that you're still with me. Give me a sign that not everybody believes this stuff, et cetera. And then that night I would get letters, like a stack of letters. And then I'd read the letters and there'd be biblical verses in those letters that correspond with my prayers. Or there'd be people that are being like, we don't believe anything in the media. We know that what they're saying is a lie and blah, 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 blah. We're supporting you. We're praying for you, all of that stuff. So now here's the interesting part. The letters were dated a week prior to my prayer. So people sent the letters out a week before I got them. So that means that God had somebody write a letter a week prior to answer my prayers a week later.
That's a notion of providence, right?
Divine providence. Yeah. That is correct.
So, well, that's really beautiful. It must have been very encouraging.
Yes. Well,
there are studies. Do you know what this is that he's not hitting on? Do you remember how earlier we talked about, and again, I know this is difficult, time is not real. Everything that has ever happened or will ever happen is happening right now. And so you can jump timelines. There are studies that what they did is they essentially, they gave a group of people the lists of names of people who were in the hospital who were sick. And they said, pray for these people. Pray for these specific people by name. I don't remember how long it went for, but they gave the people participating in the studies a list of names and they said, these people are in the hospital and they're sick. Pray for them to get better. And so the people in the study would pray for the people based on their names. These were people they never met, never heard of, anything like that. They prayed for them to get better. Well, the list of names were from people who were in the hospital during it was like an influenza outbreak or something. They were in the hospital decades before the prayers actually happened. But guess what? When you looked at the statistical survival rates of the people who were prayed for versus the people who weren't, the people who were prayed for had a higher chance overall of survival than the people who weren't. So was the study cooked? Maybe. Maybe the researchers knew and it wasn't just a random list of names like they said. That's entirely possible. Or is it possible that there is no time and that if you pray for people right now, even if those people existed in the past, that prayer, the power of prayer or thought, because prayer is just thought, can travel across time and still have an impact? Something to think about.
And then to have Tucker Carlson release his footage 3 weeks before my release.
Yeah.
And it was just enough time for people to be outraged about the fact that I was still in prison. And it was also just enough time to exonerate me in the court of public opinion before I was released. You see?
Coincidentally, I was on his show that night and I didn't know about it. I don't watch cable news. I love Tucker personally, but I just don't watch cable news. And I happened to be booked on his show, and I was sitting in the green room, and I said, "What is this? The January 6th tapes? What is this?" And so I remember I was watching it in the green room as this is airing. I said, "Oh, a lot of what we were told about January 6th just wasn't true."
Duh.
The government had withheld a lot of pretty important information. So I get all the post-January 6th stuff, or at least I've got now a clearer picture of a lot of it. But what about the days before you go there? What impelled you to go? What did you hope to accomplish? How did you think January 6th was going to turn out? What was the point? Take me through the days and weeks before.
Hang on. Vince has a fascinating chat. And Vince, I have no idea how to pronounce that, but I'm just going to say in Buddhism, with this specific variety, which I practice, we say we can pray for both our ancestors and our descendants 7 generations each. So I understand that prayer transcends time. When I did ayahuasca in Peru, so I didn't just do ayahuasca in Peru. There were other plant medicine ceremonies. I actually did something called San Pedro more than we did ayahuasca. And San Pedro is a bitch, man. Let me tell you what, like, if I never do San Pedro again, I will be completely happy with that. But the reason I bring this up is that one of the shamans that I was working with in Peru told me, so they went around for everyone and they were like, "You're releasing the pain, what was it? Gosh, you're releasing like the pain or something." It wasn't pain specifically. I just don't remember exactly what it was, from 5 of your ancestors. You're releasing pain, and suffering from, 12 of your ancestors. When they got to me, they said, "You are releasing pain from 172 of your ancestors." And that was on night 1. And I was like, "All right, I don't know what that means, but that sounds like a lot." Like, my number was like so much higher than like everyone else in the room. And they were like, "Yep, that's a lot." I was like, "Oh, great." Let me tell you what, during those San Pedro ceremonies, I was like, I was so sick. Like, it was like every toxin in me was like oozing out. It was the pain of like the 172 ancestors, right? It was like everything was and I was so sick. I have never been that sick in my life. I've never felt that bad. And then when it was done, it was like boom, and you feel fucking great after that. But man, I don't, yeah, like, seriously, like, what the fuck did my past ancestors do, and why was I saddled with that? Because that sucked. That sucked real bad, let me tell you. But you felt great at the end, like, great, but it was so painful, I cannot even express.
Well, I had gone to DC on December 12th for the second MAGA Million March. And there were people around the Capitol building, people around the Supreme Court. Everything was fine. Everything was peaceful. It was all good. So I thought that's what we were going to experience on January 6th. Another peaceful demonstration. Now, this is the other thing. This is another motivation and reason for me going. DC is built on ley lines. Okay. So as a shamanic practitioner and somebody that understands the power of the ley lines, as well as somebody that understands the power of these sacred buildings, et cetera, these are sacred sites essentially. Then if there's going to be 1 million people or more than 1 million people in Washington, D.C. on that day, then it is my duty as a shamanic practitioner to be there, to input into the grid system the most high vibe, positive vibes possible.
So you were there to, through your shamanic practice, protect all the people that were showing up.
Yes. And the planet as a whole, because with that much energy, it can become unstable, and that's why I say there's a very good reason why the cops were escorting me around the building. And it wasn't because they thought I was dangerous.
It is a little weird that they were walking you in particular around.
I can't talk about it.
You can't talk about it.
All right,
I'm
but
not
I'm just
gonna,
telling you, like there's a very good reason why, for both of our parts. And it has nothing to do with being a Fed or an actor or whatever. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the reasons I just gave you for being in DC.
I don't think you're a Fed or an actor. I know that was kind of floating around for a while, but having talked to you now for, I don't know, 40 minutes or something like that. Yeah, I never really thought that, but I don't think that. So once your case is resolved, I look forward to hearing the.
Oh, I want to talk about
I
it.
can't wait
I
to
want
hear
to
what
talk
this
about
is.
it.
So you go there for that. Did you go there because you supported Trump, or you thought the election was stolen, or you? How much did affinity for Trump play a role in that? And then beyond.
Someone remind me, we're going to ask Joshua on Tuesday, why were the cops escorting the QAnon shaman around the Capitol? Someone please remind me to ask Joshua that, because I'm going to forget. But I need the group energy here. I want Joshua to psychic this.
Protecting people and putting out the positive vibes. Did you think there would be some conclusion to the January 6th stuff, that either he would remain the president or they would send the ballots back to the states, or what? Did you have a vision of what would happen as a result of it?
Yes and no. So there's a lot of people that were there because, Trump asked people to show up. Now, look, I support a lot of what Trump has said and done. I don't agree with everything that he said and done. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to abandon the man. You know what I mean? Any successful business owner knows that you don't want to have a room full of yes men, So having some sort of a independent thought and critical thinking is not a bad thing. It wasn't just about Trump, okay? And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand about what happened on that day.
Yes, he's right.
It wasn't just about Trump in the election.
It wasn't about Trump at all.
It was about being lied to about JFK for decades by the government and the media.
Yep.
Okay. Trump released the autopsy. We now know he was shot by more than one bullet from more than one angle.
Do we?
Oh, yeah. It's in the autopsy. If I'm not mistaken, Trump declassified JFK's autopsy. And all you have to do is watch the video. He got shot by more than one bullet from more than one angle.
I remember seeing a story come out that the CIA had some pre-existing relationship with Lee Harvey Oswald. And I remember this kind of I didn't look into it too much, so I don't really know anything about that. But
Michael, you have.
And then they shot Lee Harvey Oswald, and then the guy, Jack Ruby, dies in jail. Okay. What the hell? Okay. So that's part of it. It's also part of it that, the media and the government have been caught in lie after lie after lie after lie, scandal after scandal after scandal. And then we get things like recent things like weapons of mass destruction, lied about weapons of mass destruction just so we can invade Iraq and take the gold and whatever it else was that was there that we wanted, the oil.
This was always one of my criticisms of the war in Iraq was I thought we didn't get the oil. Thought at the very least, let's get the oil. That was, I think Trump made that point too. He said, well, where was the oil?
Well, but the thing is that there's soldiers that have come back from Iraq talking about how they were forced to guard oil pipelines. Soldiers that came back from Afghanistan talking about how they were guarding poppy fields. And is it just a coincidence that the poppy production, the opium production in Afghanistan went up to the 90% of the world's supply of heroin and opium? And then all of a sudden there's an opioid epidemic in the United States? And how that coincides with what the British were doing to the Chinese and doping them up during the opium wars so that they could control the people. Okay, so these are techniques that are ages old. So we're being lied to over and over again. Operation Fast and Furious. Okay, lied to. Hillary Clinton, 33,000 emails. Okay, Benghazi, no justice whatsoever.
No consequences.
Okay, no consequences, corrupt justice system. Okay, then Trump is vilified over and over and over again after the same media apparatus basically worshiped him for 30 years and said he's the greatest dude ever. Okay.
Right. Pop culture, entertainment media, news media. Right.
So there's all of that. And then there's Russia, and the corruption behind all that with the intelligence community, with the DOJ, okay, with the media, and then pushing it, only to find out that it was all lies. It was all BS. And they knew it. Okay. And then there's COVID. and locking people in their homes and telling them, you are not essential. You are not valuable, basically.
Yeah.
Stay at home. We don't need you.
Yeah.
And then people lose their homes. People lose their cars. Their kids are hungry. You see what I'm trying to say? And then there's the riots in 2020. And no justice there. 95 to 90% of the charges filed against those rioters were dropped.
Yeah, you look at the numbers, even just Manhattan and the Bronx, vast majority of these people get off maybe a slap on the wrist, maybe not even a slap on the wrist. Yeah. So, okay, so you've got this sense of injustice at not just one politician or support for one politician, but this notion that the established power, the liberal establishment, call it, the regime.
The uniparty.
The uniparty is deeply corrupt.
Yes.
And so you support Trump then because what? Trump is just a wrench in the system?
I support Trump because some of the things that he did, in particular, trying to end child and human trafficking. That's the modern day slave trade. Okay. And there are more slaves now in the world than there ever has been in history. And I think everybody can be against human slavery. Okay. So why are we not trying to fight it? Why did Biden rescind that executive order? One of the first things he did about, basically not making child and human trafficking a priority for the DOJ. Why are they taking people that are on terrorism cases, child molestation cases, murder cases, drug trafficking cases? Why are they taking them off those cases at the FBI and putting them on misdemeanor cases for January 6th?
That's a
Why?
great question.
Okay. And then so for me, it's like, okay, what would evidence of government corruption look like? Right? 10% for the big guy, wars in Ukraine, wars in Afghanistan, wars in Iraq, the Iran-Contra scandal, bringing cocaine into the country, the list goes on and on and on. The Franklin cover-up with Lawrence King. Are you familiar with that? Where they were basically raping kids and trafficking drugs and doing satanic rituals in Nebraska? Lawrence King. Oh yeah, the Franklin cover-up. But John DeCamp wrote a book about it. And how it involves Satanism and stuff like that. Okay. And so this is why
I do believe that. I don't know about this particular case or anything like that, but
I don't, as you guys know, I don't watch anyone's content and I don't watch Russell Brand. I would give my left foot. Okay. Maybe not really, but like I would give a lot for Russell Brand to have a conversation with this guy. That would be incredible. It's like Michael Knowles is a little boy asking a grown-up to explain how the world really works, and that grown-up is the QAnon shaman. You just... Listen, man. Listen. This right here, this is God winking at all of us. Everyone should feel the presence of God in this interview, because this is God just like... He's like, I'm going to get you guys. You're not going to see this one coming.
Read enough cases and heard enough credible stories from authorities to acknowledge there is clearly an occult aspect to some of these crimes, that it's not just sex crimes or drug crimes or whatever, but there is an occult aspect to at least a number of them. Yeah, I'm convinced of that. So you're seeing all of this. Now, is this QAnon? I don't know what QAnon is. All I know about QAnon is they say you're a QAnon person, and they say that QAnon's a right-wing thing, and the only time I ever hear about it is on CNN.
Okay, so let's make a very clear distinction between Q and the Q posts or the Q drops and QAnon.
Oh, God.
And the QAnon community.
Jacob, I don't know what any of these things are.
Okay, so let's break this down. Q is a psychological operation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, psychological operations are largely based on three factors. Number one is neuro-linguistic programming. That is the use of certain words, linguistics, to program the neurons or the pattern of neurons in the brain, in particular the subconscious portion of the brain, to affect the way that a person consciously perceives reality. Okay. Number two, you have something called critical factor bypass. Critical factor bypass is where you saturate the entirety of the environment in the media, newspapers, magazines, television shows, in the corporate world, in banking, you name it, in schools, colleges. You saturate all of them with a very specific message and you repeat it over and over and over and over again. Okay? Now, what happens then is that the subconscious mind, because it sees it everywhere, it assumes that it must be true, that this has to be real because it's everywhere in the environment. Yeah. So it programs, once again, the subconscious mind to affect the way the conscious mind perceives reality. Now, based on neurolinguistically programming the individual and mass neurolinguistically programming the populations through critical factor bypass, why they call it that is because your critical thinking is bypassed, because it's programmed in the subconscious brain. That creates something called mass formation hypnosis, okay? Where 25 to 30% of the population believes this external stimulus.
Oh my God, Gray Talon. QAnon shaman should be the new Bud Light spokesman. I'm not sure he would want the job. I'm sure he doesn't drink. Because alcohol, like you don't miss alcohol with like shamanic practices. So like I bet he doesn't drink, but like, man, I think that would actually, like, I don't think he would want the job, but wouldn't that be funny?
Believes and is programmed by this material.
They're just sheeple.
Okay. So in order for mass formation hypnosis to occur, that 25 to 30% of the population has to gain some sort of heightened level of radicalism where they scream the loudest and then they get a hold of the levers of power, right? Now, when it comes down to stopping this process from happening, all you need is 5% or more of the population to not become hypnotized and say, no, this is ludicrous. You are nuts. We are not doing that. Now, we've seen the effects of mass formation hypnosis, critical factor bypass, and neurolinguistic programming in Nazi Germany. We saw it with the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and the USSR. We saw it in the Red Revolution in China and the Chinese Communist Party, okay? So we've seen the effects of this process, and it is psychological warfare, okay? Now, when it comes to Q and the Q operation, and the reason I say it's a psychological operation is this. This is how it differs. The Operation Mockingbird media, what I call the Mockingbird media, Operation Mockingbird, CIA infiltrating the media outlets, right? So the Mockingbird media uses the techniques I just laid out to program the populations so that they can use this propaganda to go to war. And then they can transfer public money into private hands. You see? So it's a whole scheme. It's all about maintaining the status quo. Now, Q is on the internet.
Hang on. Did Tim actually let him talk? Is that worth watching? Because I suspect that Tim wouldn't actually let him talk. Like, I have to appreciate Michael Knowles is letting him talk, and he's being respectful. And I know deep down Knowles is being somewhat enlightened by this interview. Well, if nothing else, he planted seeds, didn't he?
It first started on 4chan, then on 8kun. And when I was looking at it from an objective perspective, what I saw was that Q was asking people questions, not giving them answers. What does the Mockingbird media do? This is what happens. This is what it means. Giving people answers, neurolinguistically programming people. How do you dissolve neurolinguistic programming? How do you dissolve subconscious programming? You ask questions.
Isn't that convenient, though? Because if you're asking questions, you can never be proven wrong, right? If I make a prediction and I say so-and-so is going to win the election, and then so-and-so doesn't win the election, then I look like I don't know what I'm talking about. But if someone calling himself Q just asks questions, then he can always sort of seem like he's right.
I understand.
It's like Nostradamus or something, right? Nostradamus writes in these riddles. And so now later on, we can look back in hindsight and say, oh, well, he was really predicting this event or that event, but maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. He was speaking in such an ambiguous way that his predictions could refer to almost anything.
Oh, but that's the way, hang on.
That's the objection of it.
But that's the way that energy works. Like it's like with tarot cards, right? It's like, hang on, let's do an experiment. Like it's like, oh, let me find a good card where I can explain this. Okay, this is a good card. This is a good card. It's like with tarot cards, right? You can use tarot cards to predict a lot of shit. So like this was one like just like on the bottom of my deck or whatever. The Knight of Cups. Let me make myself bigger. There we go. Now you can actually see. The Knight of Cups. Now, this card can mean any number of things. This card can represent a person of a certain age, of a certain gender. This card can represent a romantic encounter because of like someone coming to you with romance. This card can represent extremes of either like going to be like overly lovey-dovey, like super super duper romantic, or completely fucking standoffish. Like it's a card of extremes. It's like there and gone and back again. There are any number of things that this card can stand for. So like when you get like a card like that, and every single tarot card is like this. This just happens to be the one I picked. Like you can interpret this card in multiple different ways. And like if you're doing a reading about something that like hasn't happened yet, you might interpret the card one way based on other cards that are around it, or based on like your intuition, or sometimes based on what you want to have happen. And so like you get this card and you're like, I'm going to meet the man of my dreams and he's going to sweep me off my feet, and this card is a representation of the man of my dreams. Well, it also could be a representation of, yeah, you're going to meet someone, but that someone is also going to bounce like a week after you met, because this is a card of extremes and it's there and gone and back again. Joshua always tells me the name of this card is Writ in Water, which basically like someone that shows up and then is gone as quickly as they came, right? And so it's like your interpretation of the card it's just that, it's an interpretation. But then let me tell you what, when the events that you were kind of like trying to psychic actually come to pass, you might look at this card and be like, oh, he came, he showed up, he stayed around for a week, it was a beautiful week, and then he was gone again. Like, so you understand, this is why I actually saw this card and I interpreted it wrong, because maybe it's what I wanted to happen. Maybe the other cards around it were looking really good, but really it meant something just slightly differently than like what I thought it was, because this is an imperfect science. These things are symbols. They are not signs. This is an art. It is not like we are, at the end of the day, are using our intuition, and our intuition is always going to be clouded by like our human emotions, what we want to have happen. That's why honestly, like if you're going to get like you can't really do like, well, you kind of can, but like you should always get psychics, like a third party to read for you if you're asking personal questions, because if you're asking personal questions, it's like you're going to see what you want to see in that, unless you really kind of do what you can to remove yourself, which you can do, but like, you know, most of the time we don't. And so if you have a third person reading for you, they're going to read it from a little bit more of a detached perspective, but that doesn't mean they're going to get it right, you know? So it's the same thing with like what the QAnon shaman is talking about. Like Michael Knowles is like, well, you can read these things in any number of different ways. Well, yeah, you can, Michael, because this is an art form. It's not a science, you know?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And you're right to a certain extent. However, this is how I came to these conclusions, that this is a psychological operation by the highest levels of military intelligence and the intelligence community.
That Q itself. So Q is this person who's posting questions.
I don't think it's a person. I think it's a group.
So Q is a group that's posting questions on fora like 4chan or this other
Akun,
one.
yeah.
Akun. And you're saying that is a psyop from the highest levels of government.
Or I would say most likely highest levels of the military.
Okay.
Because military intelligence and the intelligence community tend to work together.
Sure.
Now, what led me to that conclusion is the numerical code in the Q drops themselves, and the gap code between the time that Trump would tweet something and Q would do a Q drop, and what is called the Q clock. Okay, so if you look into cryptology and encrypting information, then you will see that what the Q drops were doing was very, very similar to the way military intelligence communicates. And this is how it is that you're able to communicate a message in plain sight without the enemy knowing what exactly it is that you're saying, because it's all encrypted, it's all encoded. Now, The numerical code, if you look at the numerical code and then you line that up with certain other, and you learn the numerical code, you can line it up in a way where these numbers end up creating a much larger message. And it's the same thing with the Q clock. The Q clock is like a regular clock with 12 numbers, right? But above each of the numbers are dates. And each of these dates are different. Now, when you align all of these dates together and then you get all the Q drops that were on that day, then it creates a much larger message that is very interconnected with each other. But each of these dates, each of these drops was on a different day. So it's about spreading out this much larger message that when you put it together, put the puzzle together properly, the message becomes clear. So it's equivalent to military intelligence dumping a massive puzzle on the table of the internet and saying, figure it out.
Why are they doing this?
So that's a great question. How do you dissolve mass formation hypnosis? You have to get at least 5% or more of the population to reject the programming, the hypnosis, the narrative, right? How you get people to de-neurolinguistically program themselves. You ask them questions and then they do their own research, right? And then they come to the conclusions on their own. You can't just tell somebody the government's corrupt. You have to show them. And you know who Yuri Bezmenov is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The Soviet guy.
Yes. And he was a KGB operative in charge of psychological warfare, what they called ideological subversion, right? So think about this. Yuri Bezmenov said that the Soviets and the global communist conspiracy, which he said is very real, okay, and he would know, they infiltrate countries, in particular, he was talking about the United States, but all countries through a ideological warfare campaign, a psychological warfare campaign that is broken down into 4 parts. Demoralization, which takes a full generation, infiltrate the entertainment, infiltrate the schools, the colleges, infiltrate governments, infiltrate the media outlets, etc. Okay? Then indoctrinate or demoralize a whole generation of children.
In the schools.
Then, after that, you get destabilization. Now, what ends up happening there is that once that whole generation has been demoralized, then you use the infiltrators that did the demoralization in conjunction with the demoralized generation. And then they destabilize the system. And that takes a couple of years. Then, once the system has been destabilized, that's when you get into the third part, crisis. So then this collapse of the supply chain, the failing of banks.
I just want to let people know that when I created the 4 goals of the woke left, honestly, so for those who are new to me, like there is one thing that I teach on basically every single stream that I do, and that is the 4 goals of the woke left. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. When I came up with those goals, it was based on watching a whole bunch of socialist content and leftist content and stuff like that. But I'll tell you this, there was also something I channeled that. I'm gonna be blunt. I fucking channeled it. I don't know where it came from, but it was just like it was in my head one day and it was like so clear. And it didn't come from me. And I could sit here and say it came from the thousands of hours of woke training that I've watched and the like thousands of hours of socialism content that we've watched and all that stuff. And there certainly is something like it certainly informs it and confirms it. But I still remember the very first day that I started talking about the 4 goals of the woke left. And I remember that I was like, this didn't come from me. This came from something bigger through me. And it was knowledge that like appeared in my brain. I'm not saying I'm the only one that ever experienced that or got that knowledge, because I mean, like I didn't even listen to the Yuri Bezmenov stuff until probably a year after I came up with like the 4 goals of the woke left. So like these are themes, right? These are things that this is information that like everyone has access to. And for some reason, the day I came up with that was channeled information. And then I just kept repeating it over and over and over again. And it was one of those things where I said it once, and sometimes when I say things once, it kind of goes off into the ether. No, this started just coming up over and over and over again. Like, you need to teach this, you need to teach this, you need to teach this. And so, yeah, it came from source. It didn't come from me. And so every time you guys hear someone parroting the 4 goals, which Jacob right now is talking about the 4 goals. I didn't know that Yuri Brezmenov talked about that when I came up with it. I had no idea. But isn't that a funny coincidence? Doesn't that tell you something?
The housing market crash, et cetera, et cetera. These are the crises that occur, right? Then the last part is normalization. And what happens is that during the crisis portion, these infiltrators that did the demoralization, destabilization, they move into positions of power, high level positions of power. Then they normalize all of this stuff and they create a communist government. Okay. So how does this relate to Q?
The 4 goals, right there.
How this relates to Q is this. There are entities within our government, within what some people would call the deep.
Hang on. No, James Lindsay has not been talking about this, and not in these terms, not in any way. And I see you shitposting in my chat, and I don't like it. Okay? Like, James Lindsay has never talked about this in the way that I've talked about it and in the way that Jacob has talked about it. It hasn't happened. I every once in a while have people like you that come in the chat like, James Lindsay teaches all of this. No, he doesn't. And if you want to provide us with receipts, you are welcome to point us to a link where you think James Lindsay is teaching this, but he's not. And I say that with an incredible amount of respect for James Lindsay, because James Lindsay is the fucking king. James Lindsay understands this stuff more than anyone else on the planet. That includes me, absolutely. James Lindsay is so far ahead of most of us, it's not even funny. James Lindsay's work is incomparable. It is vital. We would be lost without James Lindsay. But to say that James Lindsay is teaching it in the way that I'm teaching it or in the way that he taught it is fundamentally not true. He's not. That's not to say what he's doing isn't valuable. It is incredibly valuable. But he's not doing this. And you guys need to stop lying about that, because the reality is there are some people that can learn from what James Lindsay is doing, but most normal people cannot follow what he's doing because James Lindsay isn't a master of boiling things down to the most simple possible terms where normal people, average people, can understand it. And again, this is not to shit on James Lindsay. I'm just really effing tired of hearing, James Lindsay is doing all of this. No, he's not. He's not. There are a lot of people that are working on this that are not just James Lindsay. And although James Lindsay is doing something that is incredibly valuable, there are other people that are doing things that are valuable too.
State, okay? The bureaucracy, the intelligence apparatus, military intelligence, that do not want to see the United States of America fall. They do not want a new world order, one world government. They do not want these less than 1%ers dictating our lives and the lives of our children. So the Q operation was done so that this demoralized population, which Yuri Bezmenov said, you could show people in black and white the truth and they won't believe it because they're so heavily demoralized. You could take them to the concentration camps and they will not believe it until they're behind the gates, right? How do you deprogram people? You give them questions, they do their own research, they come to their own conclusions, and they see the government corruption on their own. They see the fences, they see the gates, and they realize the system, then what they have been told is for their security is actually for their enslavement or their imprisonment. And all it takes is 5%, right? So we have in the United States far more than 5% who can see through the BS.
Yeah,
right?
Certainly. I mean, if you're defining that as people who know that the media and the government lie to us all the time, it was probably like 65%. I don't know, it seems like a lot of people.
No,
and that's been true for a while.
It's not that high. Come on.
So why do we need Q?
Well, what are the things, and this is also important to understand about psychological warfare operation.
Hey, it's interesting how you're about to get blocked in my chat because you can't actually find an example of where James Lindsay's taught what I've taught in terms of the 4 goals of the woke left. So now, because you're being an asshole in my chat, you're going to get treated like all assholes in my chat do, and we're going to make a little example of you. Because on this channel, we don't exist in our fifis. I know you're an anonymous person on the internet that doesn't even have the balls to use their real profile picture or anything like that, but maybe you're new here. On my channel, we don't just exist in our feelings. We don't whine and we don't complain. I want to see from you one example of James Lindsay breaking down the 4 goals of the woke left, which are gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. I don't want to see a fucking dissertation. I don't want to see a series of articles. I want to see a simple statement, one simple tweetable statement, one tweet length statement where James Lindsay boils it down into 4 distinct talking points that can be tweeted in a single fucking tweet. And I want to see that example from you. So now your job is to prove what you just said, because facts don't care about your feelings, asshole. If you can't back things up with receipts, don't come on my channel and whine and complain. Go find one single example of James Lindsay teaching the 4 goals in exactly the way I just did, in exactly the way the QAnon shaman just did. And I don't want to hear you say anything else. You say nothing else in my chat until and unless you have an example for us, or you're going to apologize for being a disruptive piece of shit in my chat. So those are your 2 options. If you say anything else in my chat other than providing me with receipts for the claims that you are making, no. Enjoy your block. Goodbye. Hang on. Where's my little friend? Where's my little friend that we're making an example of? The next thing you say in my chat will either be providing an example for the claims that you are making because we come with receipts on this channel, or you can apologize for disrupting my chat. And if you send in anything other than one of those 2 things, you're going to be banned and we won't have to deal with you anymore. And that's just going to be the way it is. Children always try to test their boundaries in my chat, and they usually end up getting told things that they don't like to hear. And I don't understand this. God forbid 2 awesome people are fighting a war that needs fighting from 2 different fronts. I mean, I would go so far as to say we need as many people as possible talking about this. As many fucking people as possible. James Lindsay is not the best teacher for everyone. I'm sure as shit not the best teacher for everyone. QAnon shaman is not the best teacher for everyone. Russell Brand is not the best teacher for everyone. We need as many people talking about these things as possible. More people talking about it is good. More people teaching it is good. And all of these assholes that just come in like, James Lindsay is doing this already. You're just copying James Lindsay. You're scripting off of James Lindsay. Well, first of all, James Lindsay has actually grifted on my talking points on like more than one occasion. Like, let's just be clear. And I'm not upset about it or anything. If James Lindsay finally starts saying something that I've been screaming at him for 2 effing years, and then all of a sudden it becomes his idea and he starts teaching it, which has happened on more than one occasion, I don't even care, man. I don't care. Because more people teaching is better. But like these James Lindsay stands that are just like, no one else can do this but James Lindsay. Like, bro, settle the fuck down. Because most people can't even understand what James Lindsay is talking about. And I'm just so sick of these people. It's like, come with receipts or shut the fuck up.
Or psychological operations. The 3 main things that Q was talking about and that I think are the most important are the fiat debt-based currency and the Fed. Okay. Number 2, the child trafficking, human trafficking networks, the slave trade, right? Number 3, the government corruption and how it's rooted in these things and how the government is using its monopoly on the initiation of force to enforce this New World Order, one world government.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Rottweiler. Thank you, Rottweiler. I like James Lindsay, but I feel he loses normies without philosophical training with the use of more academic language, and not everyone knows and understands. I feel the same way about him. And listen, again, like I literally dedicated an entire chapter in my book to James Lindsay. I am not going to shit on James Lindsay's work. I think what he has done is incredible. He was screaming about this stuff before most everyone even knew what was going on. He has spent an absurd amount of time and energy. I have not, this is not, what I am saying right now is not shitting on James Lindsay. James Lindsay is awesome. However, James Lindsay's content is a little dense, and it is not going to reach everyone. It's just not. Now, my content is dry sarcasm half of the time, and my content's not going to appeal to everyone either. But what I do that James Lindsay doesn't is I focus on real world application. I don't look at the academic literature at all. I always focus on the real world application of what's going on. I focus more on video content than I do on academic lectures. I show people how to go out into the real world and find the documents that are actually showing these things. He doesn't do that. And it's like, and I really try as much as I can to break things down to the most simple possible way to explain it. And he doesn't do that. He does these woke bullet points that I think are better than some of his other content. But I mean, if we're honest about it, he just doesn't do that. And that's perfectly fine. Right. And I'm not shitting on him, but I'm literally just so sick of these people who are like, only James Lindsay can do this. Well, no, if you're relying on James Lindsay to save the world, that is a savior complex. Like, there is not one single person that is going to save the world. Right? This is about teaching as many people as possible what's going on. So it's like the QAnon shaman is like saying, like, you have to teach people how to recognize this stuff. Teachers come in a variety of different forms. We should be welcoming as many teachers into the space as possible, even people I fucking hate. If they're doing a good job, like a good, decent job of actually teaching people what's going on, I will even support people that I effing hate if they're actually teaching people, but most of the time they're not. They're just assholes. But like, this whole like I've never bought in, and I know this is off the topic, but I'm just thinking about it, so like whatever. Like, I've never bought into this idea of like competition between content creators in the so-called anti-woke space. Because for me, this was never about becoming a goddamn influencer or online celebrity. I wanted to teach people. And so if you're teaching people, you're cool with me so far as I'm concerned, even if I personally don't like you. Because guess what? We don't all need to be best friends, and there's a bigger fucking problem in the world. But these people that are like, only James Lindsay can create content. Like, no, bro. No. James Lindsay doesn't get to own every single thing related to the anti-woke space. I'm sorry, he doesn't.
And subjugate anybody that's going to dissent, right? That's in my opinion, right?
Okay.
Now, infiltration instead of invasion, according to JFK. That's what we're talking about here, right? Infiltration instead of invasion. So if the entities that are running the global governments, the banks, the child trafficking networks, using them to blackmail people through like, Jeffrey Epstein and stuff like that, control governments, etc. If these individuals are doing all of that, then how is it that you're going to convince enough of the population that this thing is actually happening? They're going to have to look into it themselves and find all the dirt themselves, right? But that's not, look at it like this. If those people that are trying to keep all this hidden are trying to stop QAnon or trying to stop Q from doing this, what are they going to do? They're going to create a straw man. QAnon, a right-wing conspiracy theory, right? That believe that there's reptilian overlords governing the world and all this other stuff. Then they're going to also infiltrate and say JFK Jr. is alive and he's Donald Trump's vice president.
Yeah, I saw something about that JFK Jr. has something to do with QAnon.
Yeah, well,
but he doesn't.
Well, this or that the Earth is flat. Okay, so what this is about is these very real concepts of debt-based currency, child trafficking, government collusion, and blackmail, and all that stuff. They become then contaminated by JFK Jr., flat Earth, reptilian overlords, and then so anybody that believes this other stuff now gets painted as a kook because the media shines the light on that portion of the population that's infiltrated.
So, and you're saying even the term QAnon.
I mean, flat Earth is just a fun thing to think about if we're honest about it. It's like they don't want anyone to be able to have interesting conversations. Like, I don't believe the Earth is flat, but like I love exploring the flat Earth stuff because it's like so crazy and kooky. And it's like interesting. And like, why can't people have like thought experiments where it's like this is part of the human experience.
That's
it's
just
bullshit.
Okay. So then how would you describe your views? You say, I'm not part of QAnon.
Well, the media gave me QAnon shaman. Alex Jones, he's the one that called me Q-Shaman. Then the media called me the QAnon shaman. And then they started saying I call myself that. That never happened.
So
never happened.
So I'm getting a clearer picture of this now. Your claims are much more modest, and I guess the Q people, whatever that they would call themselves, their claims are more modest than what I've seen in the headlines or CNN says they believe JFK Jr. is still alive and whatever else. And you're saying, no, we just think that the political order is very corrupt and people are blackmailing each other and there is unaccountable power and there's some weird, creepy sex stuff. Obviously, you see Jeffrey Epstein, that's before our very eyes. Okay, so fine. Now I see that this is a much more modest claim than the CNN people tell me. But then what is the claim? I mean, who are these guys? Is it the Illuminati? Is it the lizard people? Is it the CIA? Is it the Soviet communists and Yuri Bezmenov? What is this?
Okay. So what we're talking about is something that stretches back all the way into antiquity. Okay. The Canaanite sacrifices to Baal or Moloch of children, of men and women, virgins. The Babylonians and their black magic. It goes all the way back.
Bro. Did you think I wasn't serious when I said the next thing you say in my chat is either going to be receipts backing up the claims that you make or some sort of admittance that the claims you made weren't entirely accurate? You get one more shot, bro. One more. The next thing you say in my chat will either be receipts or an admittance that you're not being accurate and a promise not to do that shit again. Thank you.
Back to things like Sumer, okay? And every empire, Sumer, Babylon.
I will get everyone on my channel into the habit of bringing receipts when you want to say something. If you can't bring receipts to back up claims that you're making, then don't fucking say it in the first place. This is not going to be one of those crazy fucking off the wall fucking conspiracy shit posting chats. I will not do it. People who are regulars on this channel know this. We have to train new people coming in that if they're going to come in and start shit posting and being assholes, then they are going to back up claims that they're making, or they will learn not to make them, or they will self-select themselves out. We are hinged into reality on this channel. We come with receipts. And if you can't come with receipts, don't say it.
Egypt, Persia, Greece, Rome, and currently, the English Empire for a while, and now what's going on in America. All of them have practiced three things in particular to control people. Number one is what's called money magic. Okay, the use of a currency to control the population's minds. So if I convince you that this little coin, this gold coin is more valuable than this fish, I have to use some form of like a spell to convince you, because you can't eat the gold coin, but you can eat the fish. You see what I'm saying?
True, but I could rationally deduce that a monetary system will make it easier for me to trade goods and services.
Well, yes, but the point is that if that monetary system is owned by a certain person, then they control everybody. Okay, if it is based in debt, then they control everybody. And the whole notion of the currency having value is an illusion. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So that's why I say money magic. Okay, because it's based on an illusion. And it's based on a generally agreed upon illusion.
If fucking QAnon shaman started doing like peyote retreats in Arizona, because he's not allowed to leave the state. If QAnon shaman did peyote retreats in Arizona to go on a spirit quest, philosophist, I'd be on the next goddamn plane. I don't even care what it costs. Like, take my credit card. Like, I'm sure he doesn't deal in credit cards. We'd have to like do Bitcoin or something like that. But like take my money. I would be there in a heartbeat. I don't even care what's involved. I really would. I would go into the desert with this guy and I wouldn't come out until I'd had some sort of experience.
When in all reality, the materials, the resources, the water, the food, those are what's really valuable.
Right. And the money just symbolizes that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And the next thing is human slavery. Okay, so they have money magic, then they have human slavery that they use to objectify the individual. Okay, and a lot of the time it's the people that own the currency that have the slaves, or the people that have the most of the currency that have the slaves, right? Now, in our case, we are debt slaves, yes, but there's more slaves now than there ever has been in human history. Human and child trafficking. It's a modern day slave trade, right?
Okay.
So that apparatus is being used to control the world, because a lot of the same people that are involved in the child and human trafficking trade are also a part of these child sex trafficking rings that are being used by these people that own the monetary system to control governments, like with Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
To some degree, the thing that keeps going back and forth, though, is on the one hand, there are these kind of what seem to me relatively modest claims about the corruption of governments. And then on the other hand, this more fantastical kind of claim about like Moloch worshiping.
Well, have you seen what's going on in Bohemian Grove?
No.
You haven't looked at Bohemian Grove?
I think I might. Maybe I saw a video clip
where they're worshiping the owl god Moloch?
I did see that.
The cremation of care. And I mean, dude, Nixon was there. Reagan was there. Kissinger was there. Ford was there.
I saw this video, and it is really freaky and bizarre. But didn't they, or apologists for this group, didn't they say, oh, it's just a kind of a joke, it's kind of a show, it's like summer camp, you do a little, it's like a play, basically.
I don't
know that I believe that.
No. Here's the thing. I looked into that. Okay. There's testimony of a guy named Zachary King, who is an ex-satanic wizard, okay, and warlock. And this guy talked about how he did satanic rituals for the people in Bohemian Grove, okay? He also said he did them inside of abortion clinics.
No shit.
Doctors, these satanic doctors are doing abortions and literally basically giving the child's soul to Satan.
Yeah,
you can look it up.
I believe that.
Now another testimony. Yeah. There's a kid named, a guy, now he's a man, but at the time, a kid named Paul Bonacci that was trafficked by Lawrence King, the Nebraska Franklin cover-up. He was also he was also trafficked, according to him, in a location where there were massive trees. Bohemian Grove is in the redwoods. Okay. And the stuff that he talked about that he was forced to participate in is unspeakable. Like, you probably couldn't air it, but it's in my book, One Mind at a Time, A Deep State of Illusion by Jacob Angeli. If you want to check it out, it's on Amazon. It's only $9.99. But the point is that
fucking buy that book
his testimony and the stuff that was going on in there
right now
is so bad. It's so unspeakable. Now, how does this relate to this idea of a cult? Right. And how, and the third portion of the three, you got the money magic, you've got the slavery, and then you've got human and child sacrifice. This is what has kept humanity in line for a long time. And it has to do with the ley lines. Okay. So a lot of these rituals that were being done, these murder rituals and stuff like that, human child sacrifice, were being done in temples or in locations that were built on the ley lines. And then so that really low frequency fear-based emotions and thoughts are being plugged into the grid system of the planet.
Just got it on my Kindle.
And those affect our minds, especially when it's done in public, like it was. Because then everybody would worry and wonder, is the king going to choose my child? Is the king going to choose my daughter? She's a virgin. You know what I mean? Am I going to be a slave? All it takes is the king pointing at me and saying, that man is my slave now. You see what I'm saying? So it's about controlling, once again, the collective consciousness of humanity. Okay. It's about subversion and control. It's about enslavement of the mind and the body. But first, it has to be the mind. Now, this is where we get in.
Guys, the book is called One Mind at a Time, A Deep State Illusion. And yes, the author name is Jacob Angeli.
Into something called full spectrum dominance. Have you familiar with that term?
No.
It's a military term. So full spectrum dominance means control in particular of the mind, psychological warfare. And therefore, from the mind, you get control of the land, the sea, the air and the airspace, the subterranean, deep underground military bases, extraterrestrial or space satellites, chemical and biological.
I have not fangirled someone like this in so long. And I'm like, this is like the QAnon shaman is basically perfect. Can I? I cannot believe this shit. Life is so funny.
Biological agents and technology, cell phones, computers, television, cell phone towers, radio, etc. And so these less than 1%ers realized that they could not be God, right? But what they could do.
And when you say the less than 1%ers, you're saying it's not just some modern group. You're saying it's the same group that goes back to ancient Sumer, or it's just
yes,
it goes back to just after the Garden of Eden.
Same
basically.
familial lineages.
And when you refer to this, you're saying this is just like a cult, or
yes. Well, but see, the thing is that a cult just means hidden from view or unseen. Okay. And it's reference to.
So when I'm asking you to, maybe that explains it, because when I'm asking you to say, okay, but who is it? It's the CIA, it's the Illuminati, what is it? You're saying, no, by definition, the group has to be hidden from view.
Well, by definition, a cult just means hidden from view. And these same entities have been doing this for centuries, for millennia.
Okay.
And it is based on the same familial lineages. For example, the royal family in England is connected to a bunch of royal families in Europe, and they're all descendants, or they all have relations to Vlad the Impaler.
Oh, God.
Dracula.
He's going to ruin the royal family.
Now, another.
That's funny. That's funny. Do you know where Charles has a vacation home? This is true. He was on vacation there like a month and a half ago. They're all related to Vlad the Impaler. Where does anyone know where King Charles he literally has a vacation little cabin home? Look this up. He was there like a month and a half ago. Transylvania. Charles literally has a vacation home where he goes hiking in Transylvania. He vacations in Romania. He was like Google right now. You don't trust me. Google right now, King Charles Romania vacation, and you will see like recent pictures of him vacationing in Romania. No joke. That's crazy.
Another example would be how it is that these families, when their empires collapse, say in Sumer, then they moved to other places like Babylon, or then they moved to Egypt, or then they moved, to Persia, or then Greece, and then.
Hang on. Critical race theory interlude. What is your definition of critical race theory again? Critical race theory is an ideology that started in academia in the 70s that says racism exists everywhere, in every person, in everything, in every interaction. And the job of the critical theorist is to explore how, not if, how racism occurs in any circumstance, because racism is always assumed to have occurred. If you want a shorter definition, you'll go with James Lindsay's definition. Yes, I do quote him. James Lindsay says that critical race theory is the belief, and belief is the key word there. James Lindsay said critical race theory is the belief that racism is the fundamental organizing principle of society. Always memorize a definition of critical race theory. You never know when you're going to be asked for the definition. I don't care which definition you memorize. Just memorize one definition. Because I promise you, if you don't memorize a definition of critical race theory, some leftist is going to come ask you, do you even know what critical race theory is? And you're going to go, it's racist. And then they're going to go, you don't even know what critical race theory is. And then you're going to have nothing to say. Just memorize the definition.
And et cetera, et cetera. The whole point here is that it's the same familial lineages, and it's the same DNA, okay? And they breed within their families. They breed within this very tightly knit group, because this tightly knit group is the ones practicing these rituals, and they've been doing it for thousands of years. And when they get initiated into these levels of the occult, which occult means hidden from view, it's like an interdimensional thing. It's like a practicing of evil witchcraft, black magic. Okay. Now, coming back to what I was saying before about the controlling of the mind and the populations, the full spectrum dominance aspect of that, of all this is this. These less than 1%ers knew they could not be God, but they could play God within a system in which they have full spectrum dominance.
Hang on.
You see?
This is not Gnostic. This is not Gnostic. People who think this is Gnostic don't understand what Gnostic is. Or they've listened to this is the thing that I disagree with James Lindsay on, because James Lindsay calls all this Gnostic. It's not Gnostic. I'm sorry.
Because then they control all of the water, all of the food, all of the air. They control all the resources. They control all the labor. They control the financial system, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the only way they can do that is by controlling our minds first. This is why we're seeing so much censorship.
God.
It's part of the reason why we're seeing the financial collapses and the mass pollutions, like the explosion at the chemical plant in Louisiana, or the thing in East Palestine, Ohio, and stuff like that. It's about gaining farmland. It's about full spectrum dominance. Okay. And there was a guy on Spaces the other day that was saying that a lot of these train derailments are just so happen to be owned or done by somebody. I think it's a corporation that Bill Gates has a large stock in. And then they end up contaminating farmland that Bill Gates wants to own. You see, so once again, full spectrum dominance. It's about the food. You see?
So presumably he wouldn't want to poison his own land.
No, it's not about poisoning the land. What it's about is getting the farmers off of it.
Okay.
And then buying it up real cheap. At least that's what this guy on Spaces was saying. I'm not saying, I haven't done the research. The point I'm making, though, is that there are very real strategies for doing this, for gaining and keeping and maintaining full spectrum dominance.
Okay.
Now, the only way to defeat it is for us to awaken. This is why I say we have a crisis of consciousness.
But so if you're saying, though, that there has been this problem, this sort of evil group of people for all of human history, and they're expressed in the royal families, and they're part of it, and all of these groups that
I'm trying to
going
find his
back to
Twitter.
ancient Babylon or wherever.
I don't know what his Twitter is. I'm trying to find it.
If this has always been a problem, then why now? Why is now the Q moment? To me, if you said, well, there's always been this corruption in the political order, I'd say, yeah, there's probably always going to be that corruption until the good Lord comes back again. But until that time, that's how it's going to go. Why now? Why show up now and try to retake the civilization?
So, are you familiar with the Age of Aquarius?
No, I know it's from a song.
God!
Well, no, it's
this is the dawning.
Yes, that's from like Hair, right? Yeah.
We have just entered into the Age of Aquarius not that long ago. So all of society is gonna, holy shit, this guy. I want to get him on Nothing Remotely Controversial. I'm going to text Joshua right now. Be like, Joshua, we need to interview the QAnon shaman. And he's going to be like, what? Like, no, trust me. We need to interview the QAnon shaman.
Well, they are referencing something far more ancient. Okay. What we're talking about is what's called the precession of the equinox. And it's when the constellations align with the rising sun on the equinoxes. Okay. And every 2,160 years, I believe, is a new age. Okay, where a new constellation aligns with the rising sun during the equinox.
Yasmin, he did a space with Mario, and I have the link to it. And I have does the recording still work? Please let the recording still work. Please let the recording still work. Okay, the recording still works. Okay, let me put the link to the space in the chat so we can all have it. If everyone wants to listen to the Twitter space, copy link. There is the Twitter space that he did on the Twitter.
We just came out of the age of Pisces. Okay.
I'm a Pisces.
You're a Pisces? Okay.
My age is gone.
Okay.
We're past my age.
Well, now the age of Pisces, fish and water, right? And we're in the age of Aquarius, which is the people pouring the water. Okay. So,
by the way, you guys know how I said earlier that Jesus was probably born during Pisces? What is the symbol for Pisces? Fish. What is the symbol for Jesus? Fish.
it's almost like now this is important, and I'll get back to this whole idea of Pisces and Age of Aquarius. we also just completed a like 25 or 26,000 year cycle where we went through the whole zodiac.
Christ marked the
We
beginning.
completed that whole cycle.
Christ marked the beginning of the age of Pisces. That's exactly right, Jack. Look, I fucking love you guys. You're so woo. This is so great. Jesus was the symbol of the age of Pisces. By the way, fun fact, Tim Pool, double Pisces. Tim Pool has a Pisces sun and a Pisces moon, and he has a Leo rising, which is why he looks like a lion.
Okay. We are also completing what is called the Kali Yuga, which is like a 432,000 year cycle of a bunch of these 25,000 year cycles. Okay. So remember how I was saying earlier about like these cycles of energy from higher dimensions to lower dimensions and all that stuff. Okay. So what this is about is the dispensing of energy in larger volumes here, not just in our galaxy, but in the universe, from the universe to the galaxy, and the galaxy to all the stars in the galaxy, including ours and our planet, all the way down to our bodies. And we're channeling this energy through our DNA, through this feedback loop with the energetic unified field. All right. Now, as the Kali Yuga ends, as this 25,000 year cycle we just went through ends, we're coming into what's called the golden age, where this knowledge that has been hidden, occult, this knowledge that has been hidden for so long now is revealed. The apocalypse just means lifting the veil or revealing.
Okay. I got QAnon Shaman's Twitter account too. He is at America Shaman. So I'll put QAnon Shaman's Twitter in the chat. There we go. Oh, his DMs are open. Excellent. Fucking notifications on for this guy. I'm sliding into this guy's DM like, please come on my show. I would give anything for you to come on my show. I'm not even joking.
Unseen, lifting the veil during a time of mass deception.
So are we in the apocalypse?
We are in the apocalypse.
Oh.
And it's not a bad thing. Think about it. Right now, it's not that the world is getting worse, because it's always been this bad. Yeah. What it is that the evidence of global corruption or government corruption is becoming so obvious that it's blowing people's minds, and they don't know how to handle it because they're having a cognitive dissonance. Their mind is being changed. So the apocalypse, while it is something that happens in the world, it is largely something that happens in the mind. Because now you're seeing the reality, you're seeing the objective reality. And this is why I practice shamanism, because I've been seeing this reality for over 10 years.
So people say that you showed up in the horn hat to these political rallies, and then the apotheosis of that is January 6th at the Capitol, because you're a revolutionary. But you're saying, no, I'm not a revolutionary. I'm heralding the apocalypse. Forget about a political revolution. We're talking about the end of time.
We're talking about a new age, and I am a evolutionary. I'm
going to use that.
I'm an evolutionary, not a revolutionary. I want to evolve as an individual and as a society, as a culture, as a race.
So then what happens at every level? Individual, political, social, and cosmic. We're entering this new age. We're in the apocalypse. Energies everywhere. What does that look like at all three of those levels?
Okay, so are you familiar with cymatics?
No.
Okay, now I'm going to answer your question. So cymatics is, I'm sure you've seen those videos where they have like grains of rice or sand on like a plate or a speaker, and then they hit it with sound, and then the pattern changes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cymatics.
Okay.
And you can do the same thing with water molecules, etc. So the higher the frequency, then the more complex the pattern. And a lot of the time when the frequency changes from, say, a lower frequency to a higher frequency, there is a very brief period of time in between the transition where there is no pattern. Everything is all chaotic. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, boom, a new pattern snaps into place, right? So what we're going through right now from about the 1960s to about 2040, okay, is this apocalypse, is this transition that is going to take place where the chaos, there's no recognizable pattern, because the frequency of the universe itself is transitioning from a lower frequency to a higher frequency. Okay. And if you want to look at it like this, Human beings are the grains of rice. The earth is the speaker, and the electromagnetic field around the earth is the frequency. And so we're being moved. Our thoughts, which are interconnected to the electromagnetic spectrum of the planet, our bodies interconnected to the electromagnetic field of the planet. Our emotions are connected to the electromagnetic field of the planet. All of these things are going to change.
Okay. So I like this image as
I am so like, again, I talked about Michael Knowles surprising me earlier with his review of Barbie and how I was genuinely surprised by that. You could not have shocked me more than seeing this interview with how much I'm enjoying what he, and I need to stop calling him the QAnon shaman too. I'm doing it because it's like a colloquialism, but I know it's wrong. And like I don't want to like probably should call it, you could not have shocked me more if you had tried. Genuinely. Naruto, I found out recently that apparently there are men that saw the movie that really wanted to live in Kendom. I mean, if men really want to have a bunch of like horse paraphernalia around the house and drink beer out of a mini fridge, like, I mean, I suppose there are probably some men that would that would work for, but I mean, I don't know how long that is really a sustainable option.
a symbol of history, because history doesn't just move in a way where one day changes and the next day is a little bit different and it goes on ad infinitum. But no, there are ages of history, as you describe. And so there can be major cataclysmic changes, and then you get the beads of rice all shaken up, and then a new world order emerges. So I kind of like that image. But now, what is that going to look like? Individual, political, cosmic.
Okay, so because our thoughts are going to change, because our emotions are going to change, our view of reality is going to change. And that also means, and this is, so I've seen, I've had shamanic visions of the future. Okay, I knew Barack Obama was going to be president in 2004. And you can ask my family. I was telling everybody.
Is it just because he gave that impressive speech at the
No, dude. I'm talking like a shamanic vision. I knew that he was going to be president. I knew he was going to create a caliphate in the Middle East with 10 countries, 10 Islamic countries. You can ask my brother. Okay. I'm telling you. So I've seen these visions. I've seen things. All right. There's two realities that we can choose. One is the transhumanist reality, where we surrender our God-given rights to these globalists.
God.
And we create a race of synthetic humans based on cloning and geoengineering and stuff like that. The planet itself, the pollutants don't stop. They just keep on spreading and spreading and spreading. They bioaccumulate in the system, in the ecosystem. They destroy the water and the air. They destroy the soil. They destroy the food. And then eventually we have a Borg hive mind of AI-controlled synthetic human beings living on a radioactive rock. All right. And we don't have a seventh generation and the earth goes extinct. Okay. That's one route. The other route is we awaken. We, more than this 5% that say no to the mass formation hypnosis, say no, we're not doing this. We are spiritual beings. We are connected to God. We have God-given rights. You don't get to tell us what to do. This is our planet, and you, sir, do not get to tell us how to live on it, right? And when we do that, we will have organic humanity spiritually ascend, where we get into higher levels of frequency regarding our thoughts and our emotions. These higher levels of frequency mean more information is going to be channeled through our bodies, through our DNA with God and God consciousness, non-local consciousness. Now, what is that massive transformation going to manifest as far as global socioeconomics and geopolitics? Nikola Tesla in the early 1900s invented an infinite free, clean, wireless tower for distributing energy. And it was built on the electromagnetic ley lines. And it amplifies the positive and negative charge on these electromagnetic ley lines to a certain radius around the tower that gives people infinite free, clean, wireless electricity. Okay?
Sign me up. Where do I plug in?
Dude, that's the question. Now, why don't people know about this? Because JP Morgan, the Rockefellers, all of the big bankers at the time suppressed this technology because they wanted to make money off of charging people for electricity. They wanted to make money off of oil. You see what I'm saying? They wanted to make money off of owning and controlling, full spectrum dominance, all of the resources and all of the labor in the country and on the planet. Nikola Tesla's invention is the antithesis of that. So what we'll see is we're going to see Tesla towers pop up all over the place. And we're going to see war become obsolete because all of our wars are over resources. So if we make resources infinite, war is obsolete.
You don't think people have wars over ideas and culture in addition to resources?
Well, why would
The
you need to?
motivation behind all wars are about owning the land and controlling the people and the resources, whether it be gold, water, food, whatever. Okay.
You know, but like a holy war.
I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
but the holy war is over what? The land.
I don't know. I think it might be over the religion.
But if
Maybe-
you're allowed to practice your religion on your land, why are you going to invade someone else's land to try to force them to practice your religion? That makes absolutely no sense, Michael.
Call me naive.
But what I'm saying is that the religion is the excuse for the procuring of the land, just like, weapons of mass destruction was the excuse for going in Iraq.
But I guess the reason I'm pausing there is your explanation of it is a materialist explanation, that our highfalutin ideas about religion and culture and ideology, that's really all a facade to cover up core material interests like oil and money and land and the rest of it. So I hear you saying that at one moment, but then at another moment, you're speaking in a way that seems quite immaterial, quite divorced from just money and stuff. And
Michael Knowles is confused about what's going on because Michael Knowles believes in forcing his religion on other people, and Jacob does not believe in forcing his spiritual beliefs on other people. Jacob believes in asking people questions, giving them information, and allowing them to form their own conclusions, whereas Michael Knowles is an authoritarian that wants to force everyone to practice his religion because that's going to give him power and control and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the confusion that you're seeing. Michael Knowles is like, but you're talking about things related to religion. Why wouldn't you engage in a holy war? Because just because you believe something, Michael, doesn't mean that you want to use the use of force to force other people to also believe that thing. That is a Christian thing. Not all Christians want a holy war. I mean, I'm being a little like hyperbolic there when I say it's a Christian thing. But let's just be honest. Christians proselytize more than any other belief system on the planet. And they would absolutely legislate their religion if they were given the power to do so. We've seen that time and time again. But the spiritual beliefs, like the shamanic beliefs that Jacob has, it would never be about forcing anyone, either through, at the barrel of a gun or through a law or legislation or something like that, to believe what he believes, because that's not actually the point.
you're talking about vibrations and ideas and God and all these metaphysical things. And so I'm wondering if there's not a contradiction there.
Well, no, there's not. And I'll explain why as I unfold in this process of explaining about Tesla towers and how it is that that's going to transform our consciousness. And then I'll speak to this idea of religious holy wars. So most wars.
Bro, I promise you, for those of us who are not Christian, we do not really differentiate between what Catholics believe and what Baptists believe, because there are some differences, but you all basically believe the same thing and you basically follow the same books, and there might be different denominations, but it's not really as different as you guys think it is.
First, I would say all wars are fought over the resources or the land. So if we make resources infinite, war becomes obsolete. We also would make all pollution obsolete because now we have an infinite, free, clean, wireless form of electricity. We don't need to drill for oil. We don't need natural gas. We don't need solar panels polluting the environment with their 50 toxic chemicals. We don't need wind turbines killing birds. And we certainly don't need lithium mining or cobalt mining, which all destroy the environment exponentially. And they create what are called anthropogenic chemicals or forever chemicals.
Hang on, Jenny's getting inky with it with the super chat. Thank you, Jenny. Bet Michael wasn't expecting this interview to go this way, but I respect him for letting the man talk. I agree. I don't think Michael Knowles is like a bad guy. I think he's like a nice guy that, every once in a while maybe has a little bit of curiosity. But he's like, I think he's handling this great. He's holding it together.
That pollute the ecosystem to the point to where they become toxic because of something called bioaccumulation. That bioaccumulation of these anthropogenic chemicals, which do not biodegrade, ends up killing off all the microbiological life in the soil and in the water.
Everyone welcome Ashley
Okay.
Joe.
In order
Welcome,
for life to
Ashley.
exist,
Nice
there has to be
tattoos.
microbiological life in the soil and in the water. Otherwise, we don't grow food and there is no fish, right? So pollution becomes obsolete because we have an infinite, free, clean, wireless energy. Also, the control over all of our communication towers, the cell phones, the satellites, the cell phone towers, computers, internet,
Bro, you think that Christians don't control people's thoughts? It's only the Catholics that control people's thoughts. It's definitely, bro, your entire religion exists to control people. Do you want me to give you a list of Christian cults that exist in this country right now? You can go watch the Shiny Happy People series on Amazon if you want an example of Christians who definitely are not trying to control thought. Definitely not.
Wi-Fi, all that goes out the window because now these Tesla towers can be used to communicate on a global scale. And we don't have to use the globalist-owned centralized grid system. And if you look into Ericsson and the Ericsson report and the way that they have been responsible for transmitting all the communication in the world, and how that stems back to like even the transmission of child pornography, military communications, and things of that nature, how they're responsible for like telling Al-Qaeda and ISIS like where American soldiers were and how that led to the death of American soldiers, then you can really see the danger behind centralizing our communication grid.
Who did this? The government did this?
The company Ericsson. You haven't heard about the Ericsson report?
No.
Look into it.
Okay.
Ericsson.
I would say 93% of the time you say, have you heard about? The answer is going to be no. I do very minimal, research on these sorts of things. So Ericsson is a company.
International Communications Telecommunication Corporation.
Okay. And you're saying they told ISIS where American soldiers are?
If I'm not mistaken, that's what the report says.
Okay. So...
And they're also responsible from what the report says responsible for the child pornography that's all around the planet.
Because they're transmitting
and they know about it. At least that's what the report says, according to what it is that I.
Now I'm disoriented because we're zooming in and zooming out.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, but don't apologize. I'm just trying to get a handle on it. And this is part of the Q thing, or this is just your own personal?
No, dude. Look, Q.
Oh, bro, you're also under some illusion that the Christian religion has anything to do with things that Jesus actually taught. I promise you, people who are not Christian and look at these things more objectively. And I say this as a woman with literally 4 different versions of the Bible sitting on my bookshelf, along with all sorts of books about the literal historical Jesus. Because I studied this for years. If you think that Christianity and any Christian religion teaches things that Jesus actually taught, then you need to go do some homework about who Jesus actually was and what Jesus actually taught, because that's just not accurate at all.
Is a very small part of my story.
Yeah.
The media tried to make it a big one because then that's how they could create a straw man that they could then smear me and divide the country.
Yeah.
When these ideas are very unifying. You said, sign me up, infinite free, clean, wireless electricity, sign me up, right?
Exactly.
Everybody can feel that way.
Exactly.
Republican and Democrat voters alike. So it will give...
people in my belief system, Jesus is actually a figure. We don't think that Jesus is God because everyone is God. It's going to get me in trouble, but whatever. But Jesus is considered to be an ascended master. Mary is considered to be an ascended master. Buddha is considered to be an ascended master. Muhammad is considered to be an ascended master. And these things aren't one isn't better or worse. There are also angels running around and stuff like that. But I say this to say that Sarah is absolutely correct that the shaman is actually more in line with what Jesus actually taught than modern day Christians are in line with what Jesus actually taught. And even more than that, most modern day Christians have no idea what Jesus actually taught because they don't do their own homework on who Jesus actually was or the historical context or any of that. So, yeah. No, I won't because they're extremely generalizable. They act the same as a collective group. And if you are a modern day Christian and you don't like my generalization, then it is incumbent upon you not to whine and complain to me because I'm not a Christian. I'm not in charge of your group. You go whine and complain to other Christians who are giving people this impression, which is absolutely true, that most modern day Christians have no idea what Jesus actually taught because they don't bother to actually look into it. So if you don't like the generalizations being made about Christians, then you can go take it up with the other Christians, but whining to me ain't going to change anything.
Us infinite free clean wireless electricity, new form of communication, and both of these together is going to create economic surplus, right? It will make war obsolete, and it can also allow us to purify the environment so we can get rid of the bio.
Do I have receipts? They're called books. I have dozens of them. You can find them on Amazon. You can also find them in your local library. You can do your own research. It is not my job to do your research for you. If you don't like the feelings that you're having right now because the mean woman on the internet knows more about the historical Jesus than you do because she studied it for a really long time, then you can go do your own fucking research and find out yourself. It's really not hard, guys. There are hundreds of books written about this. There's not just one, there's not just two. There are I even have stacks of books about this in my basement right now. Like hundreds of books you can avail yourself of if you want more information. But don't expect me to do your homework for you. I already did your homework. I did it 15 years ago. And I don't care if you agree with it. And I don't care if you believe me. Just go do your own homework. But don't bitch and complain in my chat because you refuse to do your own homework. Yeah, exactly. Duck, duck, go, the Jesus biography. Like, you don't even need to go buy a book. It's all free on the goddamn internet.
Engineering, stratospheric aerosol injections, and all of the soft metals and barium and aluminum stuff in the atmosphere. We can also use it to help plants grow.
When you waste my time by bringing your feelings into my chat because you are getting told things that you don't want to hear, I will speak to you with whatever tone I deem appropriate. Most of the time, I am mirroring the exact same tone that you are getting to me. And so if you don't like the way that I'm speaking to you, it's probably because you spoke to me in a condescending tone. I didn't like it. And so I decided to give it right back to you. So maybe you would learn next time to take your feelings somewhere else when you don't like things that I am saying.
So agriculture can be like through the roof because you can use these frequencies to help plants to grow like that. Okay. You can also use it to neutralize pollution through combining these frequencies with bioremediation and fungus that eat radioactive material or eat contaminated soil with like diesel fuel and stuff like that. Okay, what I'm talking about is...
I promise this is the last thing I'm going to say about this, and then we're going to watch the interview. I promise. But I need to say this. Do Christians really not understand how fucking annoying they are to non-Christians? I feel like they really should. They proselytize all the damn time, and then they're told that the proselytizing is annoying. And they continue to do it anyway, which means they aren't like listening at all. But like Christians, you do not have the only religion in the world. Those of us who are not Christian don't want to fucking hear about it unless we are proactively engaging with your content. Like, it's annoying. No other belief system or religion in the world is like this. The Jews don't do this shit. Islam doesn't do this shit. The Buddhists don't do this shit. The Hindus don't do this shit. Like, no other religion in the world is as annoying to non-believers as Christianity is Christians. Like you make the choice to be annoying, and then you get surprised when we're like, we don't want to fucking hear it. I've had Mormons come to my door. I've had Mormons come to my door. And you know what? Those Mormons were very, very nice. And I find them much less annoying, although I would actually wrap Mormon in the general category of Christian, although it is generally speaking a cult, but they still believe in Jesus, which is Christian. But like Mormons are significantly less annoying than most Bible thumping Christians. They are.
Is a real ecological evolution, a real agricultural evolution, a energetic evolution. And so the evolution of our minds is going to manifest as an evolution in technological innovation and as regards to medicine as well. Dr. Rife, that's R-I-F-E, Royal Raymond Rife. In the 1930s, he was working with Nikola Tesla on creating.
Jehovah's Witnesses are annoying as fuck. No offense, Jeff. Did anyone else have this happen? During the pandemic, when the Jehovah's Witnesses couldn't come and knock on people's doors, I got handwritten letters from the Jehovah's Witnesses. You have to give them like points for like innovation. But oh, thank God. Jeff is no longer a Jehovah's Witness. Thank God. Thank God. I'm glad you were rescued, Jeff. Rottweiler, Christians and Catholics follow Paul's teachings more for that matter. Yeah, I mean, isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? They don't even follow Jesus's teaching. They follow Paul's teachings.
A machine that could destroy disease and viruses and cancer cells and all that stuff with sound and frequency. The way you can destroy a wine glass with sound and frequency, you can destroy disease with sound and frequency. This machine was suppressed. The Rockefellers, who own big pharma in the modern pharmaceutical industry and in the medical industry, they suppressed it. They just look into Tesla and his story and look into Dr. Rife and his story, and what you're going to find are three things. Number one, government corruption at its inception here in the United States in the early 1900s. Number two, you're going to find all of the uses for the devices that these men made, how it could transform agriculture, transform communications, transform energy, transform weather manipulation and purifying ecosystems, how it could change our entire global grid system. And then lastly, and this is the most important part, and this kind of comes back to this idea of bridging the physical and the metaphysical, like what you were talking about, okay? Nikola Tesla said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration, okay? In order to understand how Tesla towers work, in order to understand how Dr. Rife and his machine works to cure a disease, you have to know and understand energy, frequency, and vibration. So as people research this stuff, not only do they uncover government corruption, not only do they see the tools that we could use to free ourselves forever and purify the planet, but they also see the secrets of the universe and they unfold before people. And the bridging between the physical and the metaphysical, how these things come together, and how ideologies that are based on separation are also rooted in parasitism and genocide.
Say more about that. That last part, that ideology rooted in separation has to do with parasitism and genocide.
It has to do with the perceived separation from God. And here's where the Christians are really going to be unhappy, because most Christians are not connected with God as a way that Jacob, I think, is going to define it. Because okay. You know how I said a couple minutes ago, like, we're all God, right? That gets me into trouble, because then people are like, you think you're God, Carolyn, and me, you're a narcissist, and me. Like, we're not all God. God is like, how can we possibly all be God? Well, we all come from source. God, source, the one true energy. We all come from source, okay? That's what he's talking about. Like, where everything is energy and everything is connected, God, source, is that energy. What happens when we manifest in the world? And we could, by the way, not just manifest on Earth to have a human experience, but like we can manifest in other places as well. but we are on Earth right now having a human experience, so we'll focus on that. When we make the choice on a spiritual level to manifest as a human being, to have a human experience, like the soul, basically, the soul is a little piece of God that has broken off, that can go and manifest on Earth as like as its like own entity. So why does God, source, need to break itself into an infinite number of pieces to be souls, spiritual beings? Why does it need to do that? Well, you cannot experience you cannot experience the full breadth of experience if you're just one thing, because we learn by contrast. We have to interact with other things, different versions of ourselves. This is where the saying comes from that I'm you, you're me, because we all originate from God, source, the one true energy. We're all little pieces of God that have broken off to have our own separate experience, but that doesn't mean that we are separate from God. We are always connected with God. We are always connected with each other because I'm you, you're me. We come from the same place. So if you believe that you are different than God, that you in your human form are somehow less than God or separated from God, that's what he's talking about when he means separation. It's like you see yourself and you see God, and these two things are completely different, and and never the two shall meet. Or even worse, you view yourself as like down here, this lowly level human, and then God is up in heaven, and God is all powerful, and God can do everything, and you can't even fathom that you and God are the same, but you are the same. We are all the same. Well, no, this is not true. This isn't true. We aren't all God in the sense that we can go out and individually go out and create our own universe. We aren't God, but God is within us. No, this isn't true. This isn't true. This is exactly what Jacob's saying. We all create our own experience every single day, every single moment of your life. You are creating your human experience. Now, can you snap a finger and do it? Well, actually, some spiritualists would argue that you could. But like they would argue that Jesus would snap his fingers and could create his own experience. What is the difference though? It's the belief that you can. It's all about this. If you truly, at the very core level of your soul, believe that you can snap your fingers and make a change in your life, that change can be instantaneous if you truly believe it. The problem is that we have been programmed by society to believe that's impossible. So no, I don't agree with this. We can create our own experiences. Our challenge is to get over all of the shit that the world has programmed into us to believe that we can. Yeah, we literally create life. Literally. I mean, that's pretty miraculous, wouldn't you say? No. Nope, 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 nope. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. God is not more powerful than you. God is not bigger than you. You are God. You are integrated. It is the same thing. When you understand that, you will understand God.
What does that mean?
Look at it like this. So in the Amazon, their definition of evil is the idea of investing in this idea of being separate from another person, from the environment, etc. That's where evil comes from. Now, if you look into the work of Philip Zimbardo, the guy that did the Stanford prison experiment,
I'm not familiar.
not familiar with it. Oh, dude, you got to look into it.
Jesus fucking Christ, Michael Knowles. How is it possible that Michael Knowles does not know about the Stanford prison experiment? Michael, there are like multiple movies that you can watch about the Stanford prison experiment. It's one of the most famous psychological experiments of all time.
Zimbardo, he did the Stanford prison experiment where it basically discovered that even if it's just college students doing a drill or a play role of your guard, your inmate, there becomes this divide where the guards become abusive and authoritarian and the inmates become combative and revolutionary because of this dynamic, because of these roles, right?
Opposing interests and roles. Okay.
Yes. So he also went on, he was like, I think he was like a psychologist or a psychiatrist. He went on to investigate the origins of evil and the psychology of evil. He did a lecture called The Lucifer Effect and the Psychology of Evil. And what he came to find was that there are three main things really that cause human beings to do evil things. Number one, dehumanization, either of a person or a group.
Yeah.
So the other, separation, right?
Hold on. Haven't you done that with these ancient peoples who are expressed through the British royal family and the Rockefellers and all that terrible
No, because
people?
I don't advocate for their death.
But you're separating them.
No.
You're saying they're responsible for all the problem.
Michael Knowles does not understand what's being discussed. No. They are all us too. They have just made different choices in their life. It doesn't mean they are not us and we are not them and they are not connected with God and we aren't connected with them in some way. Michael Knowles does not understand what I hope Jacob explains what he means by separation, because Michael Knowles does not understand what he's talking about right now.
No, it's similar to identifying the root cause. I'm not saying they're the other. There's a lot of people that want these people's heads. And I've said in a lot of spaces on Twitter that like, no. That's not the solution. That's not the solution at all. The solution is, if God hasn't taken these people's lives, we shouldn't either. We need to, yes, create we need to stop this. But the only way to stop what they're doing, what they're doing is based on separation. And because of their belief of separation, they have created a system that is parasitic on the environment and parasitic on human beings. And in the process, they've created
separation. Also, I'm sorry, this is an important point that he just made me think of. Separation, also, the idea that we are separate from God is also what leads people to the idea that there are not enough resources for all of us. There's more than enough resources for all of us. There's more than enough food. There's more than enough water. There's more than enough shelter. There is more than enough on this earth to take care of everyone and have everyone have exactly what they need, right? The problem is that people don't believe that there are enough resources because of the hoarding of resources that have happened because of the people who believe that we are all separate from each other.
Mass extinctions of plant species, of animal species, genocide in foreign nations, displacement of whole populations, the human trafficking trade, child sex trafficking. All of these things are based on this illusion of separation. Okay. So I look at them and I say, well, technically they're a part of this unified whole. Okay. And what I'm advocating for is not the destruction of the old system, but making the old system obsolete by creating a new one. And you do that through helping people to understand what happened, why it happened, where it happened, when it happened, and how we can do something so much better, so much more quickly that, seriously, within a couple of months to a couple of years, we would see a whole new planet, a whole new world.
So your vision sounds to me like a very optimistic, utopian, some might say, vision of heaven on earth, basically.
Yes. Oh, it is going to be heaven on earth. Yeah. This is the apocalypse. We're alive during the most exciting time in human history. This is the time.
I'm not sure that was the best way to frame it in terms of the apocalypse, Jacob. I understand what he's saying, but Michael Knowles does not understand what he's saying. All right, Rottweiler, thank you again for the super chat. Jacob is taking a pantheistic approach similar to Spinoza's God, whereas Knowles can't see things past a personal good that mirrors his own psyche. I think you mean personal God that mirrors his own psyche, or maybe it is personal God. Yeah, personal God. That's what you meant. Yeah, I like Michael Knowles. Like, to be fair, Jacob is kind of throwing Michael Knowles into the deep end of spirituality. Like the stuff that Jacob's talking about, I didn't get really into until like several years of like studying like the basics. Jacob basically dragged Michael Knowles out to like the middle of the lake, and they're on like that raft in the middle of the lake. And then he did like, he waited until Michael Knowles was like looking at the birds or something. And then he pushed Michael Knowles into the water and said, "Swim, motherfucker," and like drove away. I mean, that's basically what he's doing. And so we can forgive Michael Knowles a little bit because like it's a lot to wrap your head around in a very short period of time. And I get the sense that Michael Knowles doesn't do a lot of like intellectual thought about these topics. All right, guys, we're over 4 hours in this stream. We have about half an hour left to go in this interview. We're absolutely going to finish it. But I just want to say, we ended the stream yesterday with the Whatever podcast around 4 hours because I had basically descended into a place of insanity and I couldn't take it anymore. Isn't this 4 hours so much nicer? Hasn't this been so much more mentally fulfilling and stimulating than the Whatever podcast? Trendlin. I'm never going to forgive Trendlin for that. It's fine.
But all the ancients pointed to and said, I want to be alive right there. I want to see what happens there.
What if we're not?
Oh, good. Trendlin's still here.
I say this because, in the Bible, Christ says nobody knows the day or the hour. Not even the Son, only the Father. Nobody knows. A lot of people throughout history have thought they were living in the end times, and they weren't. So what if we're not?
Well, Christ also said, many people throughout history have longed to see and hear what you have seen and heard and have not seen and heard it.
Yeah. Yes. So he announced, obviously, I say this as a Christian, I see the incarnation and the crucifixion and the resurrection as this heralding in of not only a new age, but as the pivot of history, totally. In the year of our Lord, 0 AD. You're saying in this time we're living in between 1960 and 2040, this is the apocalypse, and that's why it's all so exciting, and that's why I'm wearing my horn hat, and that's why there's a million people on DC, and that's why we're all
apocalypse like
getting so excited and energetic. But then I'm saying, well, what if? How are you so sure?
Because I've seen it. How are you so sure? I've seen it, and so many of my other visions of the future have come true. So it's a faith walk, and you have to go through the steps to get there. It's not just going to happen. I can't just sit back and not do any interviews and not talk about it and not work for it to not happen. You have to work for it, but I'm willing to work for it. I hope you are. This is where like transmitting this vision to others comes into play. So think about it like this. Klaus Schwab is talking about how everybody in the world is going to wear uniforms, live in 15-minute cities and eat bugs. And you got people that are absolutely outraged by that. I'm laughing my rear end off because that's going to happen. Good luck with that.
Right, putting that guy in a 15-minute city. Not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Yeah. And most people, it's not going to happen. So I laugh at him. I don't get angry at him. Now, the people that are getting angry, what they're allowing Klaus Schwab to do is fill their minds with his vision of the future. Mm-hmm. And in the process, he's plugging the collective consciousness of humanity with that vision of the future.
Yes.
And he is co-opting our creative abilities, our abilities to manifest and the law of attraction to bring that reality that he wants into this world.
What Jacob just said is exactly what I tried to explain to people in regards to Dylan Mulvaney. What he just said is when you give Klaus Schwab all of this energy and all of this attention, and you spend all day thinking about it and whining about it and complaining about it, you are making Klaus Schwab more powerful. You are helping him to build what he wants in the world because you are feeding it energy. Same thing with Dylan Mulvaney. Dylan Mulvaney was not made famous by the left. Dylan Mulvaney was made famous by the conservative right. The conservative right put more endorsement dollars in Dylan Mulvaney's pockets than the left could ever dare dream, because they were hate watching Dylan's content all the time. They were sharing Dylan's content all the time. Most of them probably hate follow Dylan. And so because people were giving Dylan so much of their energy and attention, Dylan became bigger than Dylan ever would have become if the right had just not talked about it. And I understand this is hard, guys, but the saying, what resists persists, exists for a reason. When you give your energy to something, you are making it more powerful. So if you don't want something to be powerful, stop giving your energy to it. And that means not that you spend all day whining and complaining about it on Twitter, not that you waste all your time watching videos about it. It means you ignore it. If everyone who didn't want Klaus Schwab to have any power in the world just ignored him, I promise you he would go away.
Now, you've referred to that manifesting and law of attraction a couple of times. And as I understand it, the idea of manifesting is this idea that I can, through my psychic powers and my will,
wrong.
make
Not
things
psychic.
happen in the world.
Not psychic.
But I can, but not in the sense that, I will for a glass of orange juice, and therefore I'm going to go to the fridge and pour the glass of orange juice, but that it's deeper, that I can,
Michael Knowles,
in a way,
wrong again.
cause the universe to bend.
You're not bending
perhaps
anything.
to my will.
You're not bending.
Saying that correctly?
Kind of. It's a misconception.
Okay.
So
He's being
it actually
so
does
patient.
have something to do with your ability to go to the fridge and get yourself some orange juice.
Okay.
Okay. It's think, say, do. So you think
Holy
something. So you have a
shit!
vision of what.
I literally teach think, speak, do. I have taught think, speak, do for years. I did a presentation 2 weeks ago where I taught explicitly, it's in a fucking slide deck. I have a literal slide deck saying think, speak, do. Yes, Dragon Water, Carlin, you've said this so many times. Holy shit. The QAnon shaman is my spirit animal. Oh no. I wasn't the person who came up with think, speak, do. I don't know who did, but it's like, that's one of those things that's like so on the nose. It's like, what is happening right now?
What you want to do, right? You think it, which that is a higher level dimension of reality that you are accessing,
Okay.
right? Because you're envisioning yourself doing something. Then you pick up your three-dimensional body,
God is winking
you
at
move
me.
it through the fourth dimension of time, and then you make that fifth dimensional reality that you just imagined a three-dimensional reality by pouring yourself some orange juice and drinking it.
So then manifesting is just...
Well, no,
I
there's
have a
more
thought.
to it.
Okay.
But there's more to it.
Okay.
So are you familiar with the observer effect in quantum physics?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the idea that a particle
Is also a wave
uh,
of possibility.
yeah, and that your observation of such a thing will affect...
That is correct.
Okay.
Schrodinger's cat,
Yes.
So look at it like this. The double slit experiment, the observer effect, all of it plays into something called quantum computation. So our brain does something called quantum computation with 40 times every single second. We are collapsing the infinite amount of possibilities into a singular actuality. And this is happening boom, 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 40 times every second, right? And it's kind of like a movie reel, where it's one picture after another, after another, after another, creating a moving image. Okay. Now, what I was saying earlier about the DNA and the sending and receiving of light and information, right? Our brains, all the way down to our bodies, are sending and receiving light and information. We are an antenna for non-local consciousness. We are sending information, light codes, electromagnetic codes, to the universe, okay, with our minds, electricity, an electrical signal. And then through the magnetic system of the heart, we are manifesting or drawing magnetically to us that reality. The heart is the strongest electromagnetic field in the body.
Yes.
Okay, this is why Christ said, knock and the door will be opened, ask it shall be given to you, ask and you shall receive. Okay, and basically you have to be thankful in your prayer, prayers of gratitude, basically. Be thankful for the Father already knows thy prayer, right?
Yep.
So Christ was teaching people the mysteries
right now.
of life and manifestation. This is what I'm saying. The shamans,
So what Jacob, I'm so happy right now. What Jacob is saying is that the law of attraction manifestation is not just about thinking happy thoughts and like wishing on a star, and it's not about psychic anything. It is about already knowing that what you want is already yours. It's about feeling the emotions that you would feel if that thing that you want was already yours and it was already done and there was no doubt about it. It's about putting yourself ahead of the curve and like in seeing yourself in that future state. It's about, I've told this story a couple times, but I'll tell it again. In that, thank you, Beth, for the super chat. Beth says, good thing they had that guy locked up. He's really dangerous. Yeah, I know, Beth, right? So I went on a meditation retreat, like a week-long meditation, like advanced meditation retreat, like several years ago. I was in the desert in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And it was the whole point of this meditation retreat for a lot of people, was to actually heal physical things in their body, right? Like you want to imagine yourself as like the healed person, rather than seeing yourself with like some sort of ailment or sickness or injury or thing like that. So the whole point of going is to see yourself as that future person. Well, there was a guy there that he started the beginning of the week off in a wheelchair. There are a lot of people in wheelchairs, but like this guy I remember specifically. I never saw him walk the entire week. He was an older guy. He was a heavy set guy. He had cancer. He was in his wheelchair. He struggled to kind of like get around, but he came and he did all the meditations and he did all the stuff. Well, towards the end of the week, we started doing walking meditations. So most of the meditations in that course were like sitting or laying down. But towards the end of the week, we started doing walking meditations. And the whole point of a walking meditation is that you're listening to it on your headphones, but you're listening to it on a walk through the desert in Santa Fe, right? And the whole point is that when you are walking, you need to walk as the person you want to be. Everything about your experience is like you're not walking as who you are right now. You are walking as the person you want to be. You're thinking the thoughts of that person, you're feeling the feelings of that person. Yeah, walking meditations are great. They're really good because you can really kind of get into it and like, you start to walk a little bit more proudly and like all this stuff. And my walking meditation experience was extremely intense. It was great. But my point is this. When we did the walking meditation, the gentleman in the wheelchair, I passed him on the way into the desert, and he wasn't in his wheelchair anymore. He had 2 canes, and he had someone following him in his wheelchair, and he was just very slowly putting both his canes out and then moving his feet, and he was standing up, and I was like, holy shit, this guy is actually doing it. Like I hadn't seen this guy walk all week, but like he's actually out there and he's going really slow, and it's just like one cane, another cane, and then moving his feet, and he's doing this walking meditation. He's being a person that could walk, whereas he hadn't walked all week. So I went by him, and I was obviously walking much faster because I didn't have to like use canes or anything. And I did a full loop, and I did my walking meditation. It was great. And I came back, and I passed him on the way back because he had done like a shorter loop. When I passed him on the way back, he was holding his canes, one in each hand. He wasn't using them to walk. He was holding his canes, and he was marching. And again, he was going slow, and the person behind him in the wheelchair was still behind him in the wheelchair, but he was literally holding onto his canes and just walking on his own strength. And that's what we're talking about with this. That's the type of thing you can do when you change your state of consciousness, because that's what meditation is. You change your state of consciousness. And when you change your state of consciousness, and they've actually clocked it, they actually clocked it at the meditation retreat I was at. They could tell that people's brain waves literally changed when they were meditating because they achieved higher levels of human consciousness through the techniques that were taught at the retreat. So yeah, like he quite literally wanted it so badly that he got himself to a new place of consciousness where he could walk. And fuck you. Fuck you. You are getting banned for being an absolute asshole. Goodbye. You are not wanted here. Yeah, Beth, Dr. Joe Dispenza. Dr. Joe Dispenza. His retreats are amazing. He's also written a bunch of books about this. You can go read about it. But like I went to his progressive retreat when he was still doing them in person. I think they're all online now. I went to the advanced retreat and I went to the advanced follow-up. And like his meditation work is something else. And it is like you will have physical healing if you follow what he says. You really will. But the point is that like you really have to believe with everything in your being. This is not about wishing. This is not about hoping. This is not about wanting, because if you want something, you will be in a perpetual state of wanting. If you sit around all day and you're like, I wish I wasn't poor. I wish I wasn't poor. I wish I had money. I want money. I want money. I want money. I don't want to be poor anymore. I want money. You are never going to get money. And do you want to know why? Because you are existing in a mindset of wanting. The universe will give you what you want. If you want to be a person who wants money, then you will perpetually be left wanting money. But if you see yourself as a person who already has money and you act like a person who already has money and you look in the mirror and you tell yourself, I have all the money I need. Money is great. Money is wonderful. Money is my best friend. Money is flowing to me all the time. It is the difference between wanting and actually seeing yourself as the end result of what you want your life to be. You have to see the end result, not the process, not the wanting, not the hoping, not the wishing. You have to see yourself already right now as the person you want to be. That's what manifesting is. That's what he's talking about.
The shamans knew.
But so if manifestation is just I ask God for something and then God in his...
It's not asking God for something, Michael. You're not asking for anything. You are being the person that already has the thing. God has nothing to do with it. Yes, like a vision board. Exactly. But the difference, Beth, is it's not that you want the things on the vision board. It's that you look at the vision board and you know you already have those things. But you're not asking God for anything. You are God because there is no separation between us and God. You are God already, and you already know that you have those things, and you already experience the emotions of having those things, and you will see yourself as a person who has those things. Exactly, Sandy, great point. You have to feel gratitude for having those things already. Even if they haven't manifested yet, that doesn't matter. You have to feel grateful for having those things even before they manifest. That's what trips so many people up.
The sovereign will gives it to me or doesn't, then it doesn't seem any different.
No, that's not quite it. What you have to understand is your body is a tool. Okay. And it's a tool to send and receive electromagnetic signals. Okay.
Now, actually, on that point,
yes,
Jacob, one way that we send signals and receive signals is when we log onto the internet on any device. And when people do that, if they want to protect their privacy, they need to check out ExpressVPN. I'm something of a Luddite. I don't like...
Michael, fuck you. Fuck you. No commercial during manifesting talk.
And .com/Michael YT. I rudely interrupted you.
It's quite
with the greatest transition of my entire career.
I like it.
So you say our bodies transmit signals. Mm-hmm. And so the manifesting is a little different than what a Christian would traditionally think of as a prayer.
No, not at all.
No.
Okay, so
it's a form of prayer. Okay. But the thing is that what we're talking about is conscious prayer and unconscious prayer. Okay. So are you familiar with the work of Greg Braden?
No.
He has a book called The Lost Mode of Prayer, where he actually talks very heavily about what Christ talked about and how to pray, and how Christ was an ancient Essene, which is like a caste of the Hebrew caste.
I've heard that theory.
Okay.
Which I don't totally
don't prescribe to.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you heard the theory of John Allegro,
No.
the guy that wrote The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross,
No.
and about Jesus eating psychedelic mushrooms?
Oh, I have heard that.
Yeah, okay.
I certainly don't subscribe to that.
Well, I'm sure you don't. But the thing is, I'm telling you, it's true. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. The point is that
someone that I did ayahuasca with in Peru told me that she had an entire conversation with Jesus on her during the ayahuasca ceremony, and Jesus told her, "I would be here with you guys."
what we're talking about here is using the mind and the body like a computer. Okay? So when you get on a computer, what's happening is that an electrical charge is going through the conductors in the computer system itself. It's channeling through microchips, which are made of metal, right? And the pattern of energy as it moves through those microchips is governed by software or an algorithm, a mathematical algorithm. And as that feedback loop continues over and over and over again, a very specific pattern gets created. Right? Then that pattern ends up manifesting as code on the screen that we're able to then interpret and change based on the strokes of the keyboard and how that affects this pattern of electricity in the hardware. Does that all make sense?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. So the brain and the body are like that hardware, and non-local consciousness is like that energetic signal that is moving through the mind and the body. And we
Hang on, we got a super chat from Dragon Water. I have heard Jesus and Mary Magdalene practice Tantra and trained in India. Yeah, that would not surprise me one little bit. Some people consider Mary Magdalene to be an ascended master as well.
Because we are interconnected to the whole of everything, to this unified field, through changing our thoughts and our emotions, are therefore changing the pattern of electromagnetic activity in and around our bodies and therefore in the ecosystem.
Okay, now I see how, beginning with your premises, I can understand how one would reach that conclusion. And I have to ask, shifting topics a little bit, but related in this way, on interconnection. Did you just come up with this stuff yourself, or did you discover this stuff yourself? Or, like, what do your family and friends think about these views?
Michael! Thousands of years people have believed these things, Michael. These are not things that are made up. This is older than your religion, Michael. God.
Do they share your views, or is are you unique in this way?
Did Michael Knowles literally just ask Jacob, did you just make all this stuff up? Where, like, come on!
No, yes, they believe some of the things that I believe, my family in particular. They don't have the ability to articulate it the way that I do or memorize it the way that I have. Speaking of interconnectivity, I mean, it's all quantum entangled. The entire universe is quantum entangled. So this information is at everybody's fingertips.
Yes, it's
everybody can get at this level where they have all this information, they know all this data. This
is why this is not Gnostic. I keep saying this is not Gnostic, but I don't explain why. This is not hidden knowledge. This is not secret knowledge that only some people have access to. Every single person has access to this information. Even if you don't believe it, even if you're a Christian, etc., etc., etc. This is not secret. This is not hidden. This is not covert. Every single person throughout all of human history has access to this knowledge. And I promise you that every single person has had experiences that prove what Jacob is saying is correct. You just may not have known what was happening at the time, because the problem is we expect God to be a big booming voice from the sky. God is not a big booming voice from the sky. That's not how God is going to show up. God shows up in the little things. the people that you meet and you just feel like you've known all your life. The job that you lose that ends up getting you a better job where you made more money because you weren't really happy in that job in the first place. The coincidences. There are no coincidences is the thing. Everything, this is why I really get pissed off when people try to ding me on like they had childhood trauma so they had their lives destroyed. No one ever has their life destroyed. Everything that happens to you, whether it's good, whether you perceive it as good or perceive it as bad, is pushing you in the direction that you are supposed to go in. And you can use it to benefit you in some way, right? We all have experiences like this. Yeah, God is gentle like a whisper. God is not a big booming voice. God is gentle like a whisper. Naruto, Jacob's lawyers gave him advice that Andrew Tate's lawyers should have given him, which is shut the hell up. Oh God, isn't that the truth? Exactly. Sean says it's also not Gnostic because it's not believing that we're trapped in this universe as a prison by a false god. That's also correct. We always have free will, guys. We always have free will. We can always make choices that are not aligned with with what we came here to do, right? But life is going to be harder if you don't find a way to flow with what's going on. Life is always harder when you are swimming upstream rather than swimming downstream. And at some point, when you swim upstream all your life, you start to get really tired. And at some point, you're going to run out of energy. And that's when you're going to stop resisting. And then the water is going to take you downstream, whether you like it or not. That's what we're talking about here.
Experienced things that are hyperdimensional. They've, gone out of body and done astral projection and gone to the sun or whatever. Anybody can do it. The question is who's brave enough to try?
Go to the sun?
Oh yeah, dude. Dude, you can travel all over the solar system. You can travel to other star systems, man.
Yes, you
How do you
can.
do that?
Astral projection.
Yes,
like what we're talking
can.
about, it's called bilocation. The government looked into it. They called it remote viewing. They just used it as a weapon to figure out what the heck the Soviets were doing.
When I did DMT, here was my DMT experience. You want to talk about going to other universes? When I did DMT, I shot out of my fucking body, went zooming up through the sky, and you're not in your body. Trust me, you are not in your body. You are zooming up through the sky. I passed planets. I passed other beings. I eventually landed in some sort of like spiritual kind of like airport thing where people were coming and going. But like you can do like astral projection is hard for me because I have a hard time letting go to that extent. But like you try DMT sometime and you will find out what it means to travel to other universes. I promise you.
But you can do it. You can fly into the upper atmosphere of the planet. You can go to the sun. I've walked across the surface of the sun.
How was it?
Oh, dude, it was freaking awesome. It wasn't as hot as you might think.
It wasn't as hot as Phoenix, Arizona
Phoenix
today.
Is pretty hot. Yeah. I've expanded my consciousness to sizes and scales that most people can't fathom. But that's because I understand the physics of it and I understand the metaphysics of it.
I have two reactions to what you've just told me, which seem like they're kind of opposites. One is there is a concept of bilocation in the Christian tradition, and great saints have been able to bilocate. Mm-hmm. And so I know there are going to be a lot of people watching this who say, what the hell are they talking about? Bilocation? That's the craziest thing. That's not the craziest thing I've ever heard. I've heard of great saints doing it, and I see no reason why our Lord in miraculous ways could make such things happen in the natural world that he created. I have no theological problem with that at all. But then on the flip side of it, how do you know that you did it? Couldn't you just have been imagining what the sun was like?
Well, here's the thing. Yes and no.
Wait. I want to answer this. This is another mind fuck. I've talked about this with Joshua before. Can you imagine something that doesn't exist? Really? If we go back to where one of the things we said at the beginning, which is time is not real Everything that has ever happened or will ever happen is happening right now, and we can jump timelines and through that stuff, through meditation and stuff. Can you ever conceive of something that doesn't exist on at least one of those timelines? If you can imagine it, you can there if you can imagine it, there is some timeline, some dimension, some reality in which that is real. Now, did Jacob physically walk across the sun? Of course not. He didn't it wasn't him there in his physical human body. But that doesn't mean he didn't leave his body in meditation or through psychedelics or through some sort of like experience where he's doing breath work and like you there are ways to again alter your state of consciousness where you are not connected to your physical body. You are separate from it. And in that sense, when you are not encumbered by your physical body, can you walk across the sun? Of course you can. You're not encumbered by your physical body anymore. It's a completely different thing.
There has been a number of synchronicities that have occurred after I've done things like this where I'm just like that actually happened. Like I knew what I was experiencing and I had the faith the size of a mustard seed that it was possible. And so it became a reality for me.
What are some of these synchronicities?
Oh, like, so creating storms, lightning storms, thunderstorms, rain, and watching it happen. Dude, like if I were to tell you, you wouldn't believe me. I have the video evidence. I'm not going to share it just yet, but there's things I've accomplished that are unbelievable. And it's so cool because the thing is like, while I'm special, I'm nothing special. You could do these things too. I could teach you how to do them. You just have to have faith the size of a mustard seed to do it. You know? Oh yeah, dude. Like I could go on and on and on. I'm writing a book right now, an autobiography. I also have videos about it that are out there, but they got taken down by YouTube when my social media got taken down. And I haven't released them yet because I have all this public, like, you know, recognition now. If I were to come out and say, okay, guess what? You know, they'd be like, that guy is nuts. And I would much rather have people be invested in Tesla Tower technology and Dr. Rife right now than their own ability to buy locate.
The reason I ask about the friends and the family is because, you know, maybe they say, look, Jacob, we love you, buddy, but you're completely insane. This is the craziest thing I ever heard. Do they react that way or do they buy it?
Well,
we'll look for his question or answer in a minute. But Jeff says, curious how you'd answer this question. Is it possible for there to have to ever exist literally nothing? Is it no, of course it's not possible. Of course it's not. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Is it possible for there to have ever existed? No. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. God has always existed. Now, God has existed in different forms. It's like water, right? Water can't be created or destroyed, but water can be turned to ice. Water can also be turned to steam. Water just changes forms. We as like our souls can never be created or destroyed. This is why I'm not afraid of death, right? Because there will be some day in which my human body dies, but I don't die. I simply change forms and go back home, essentially. So no, there's never been a point in which nothing has existed. God has always existed. Maybe there was a point where God was like a little ball of energy like that big and then expanded and expanded and expanded and expanded and expanded because God wanted to understand itself. But no, there's never been a point in which nothing has existed. This is a great point, Philosophus. There can't even be a concept of nothing without something. That's exactly right. What we call nothing is just the space in between the somethings.
The thing is I have family members that have had paranormal experiences, have been in the backyard with me when we've all seen UFOs or UAPs, and that are completely unexplainable. I have also had family members have very similar experiences to myself regarding deja vus, the predictions of the future.
Before we get to deja vu and predictions, I have an issue with my colleague and my friend, Matt Walsh, and we argue. I don't believe in aliens. He believes in aliens. It's a whole thing. You say you've seen UFOs. Is it alien? You believe in aliens or no?
Yes.
They're not aliens.
Okay, so look at it like this. Do you believe in angels and demons?
Yes.
Okay. Angels and demons are interdimensional entities. UFOs or extraterrestrials are interdimensional entities. We are talking about entities that exist in dimensions that are layered on top of our own, but that we don't perceive with our five senses. This is part of the role of the shaman.
So you're saying, this is what I say. I say either people are just imagining the alien stuff or they're demons. And you're basically saying that I'm right and Matt Walsh is wrong.
not exactly
No, what I'm
right.
saying is that they're angels
no.
or demons, and you can judge a tree by its fruits. Now think about it. In the Bible, whenever anybody saw an angel, what was one of the first things the angel said?
Be not afraid.
Be not afraid.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Because when you
Hang
experience
on.
these things, it is so boundary dissolving.
I disagree with this. I don't think that angels are a very, very specific energy, and I absolutely do believe in angels. I love angel meditations. They're like my favorite. But angels are like a really specific like energy that have never been human. So I don't agree with his necessarily like interpretation on that. I also think that demons are generally created through negative human emotion, but whatever.
It is so intimidating because it's so interdimensionally incredible that the first inclination is to be afraid, right? An evil interdimensional entity wants people to be afraid because they feed on that, right? An angelic or a positive interdimensional entity is going to say, don't be afraid. It's all good. I'm here to help.
But sometimes
true.
the Christian view is that demons sometimes disguise themselves as angels of light.
That's not
So
true.
they pretend to be really nice,
That's
but
Christians
they're
making
evil.
things up.
Yes. Well, you judge a tree by its fruits, vet the spirits, right? Test the spirits. An angel is never going to ask you to hurt yourself or somebody else.
Exactly.
An angel might ask you to go through something difficult, but there's larger interdimensional implications to that difficult journey. This is why shamans go through ordeals. This is why Christ did the 40 days and 40 nights in the desert. It's why he went through the passion, because he understood the interdimensional implications for humanity as a whole, for generations to come, for millennia to come, behind doing these things and banishing evil from Israel. When 40 days and the 40 nights, get behind me, Satan, or the passion and going through that and then rising 3 days later, which I believe that Christ did rise, but I think it's because he achieved something called rainbow body, which they've talked about in Tibet for a very long time, which is essentially spiritual ascension.
Rainbow body?
That's why Christ is considered to be an ascended master. Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. We don't know nothing is even a state that has ever been or if it can ever be. That's what theologians get wrong and come up with from nothing, nothing comes, which isn't a truism, only a bad argument for their God. A lot of the bad arguments around spirituality and religion is simply honestly like people misinterpreting things that they don't understand and then repeating that misinterpretation over and over and over and over and over again until they make it like a true thing. And it's a reflection of what Jacob is saying, that people can literally, like when talking about like think, speak, do, right? If people repeat a lie over and over and over and over and over again, they're speaking it into existence. That lie at some point is perceived as the truth, even though it has no basis in truth at all.
Rainbow body. You can look it up. It's mind-blowing stuff. There's images of people achieving rainbow body inside of a cave, and there are these massive rainbows all over their silhouette. And then outside the cave, there's like footprints or handprints where they've vitrified their prints into stone. You know what vitrification is? Where rock becomes glass.
Oh.
It gets heated so high that it becomes glass.
No.
So there's also, what happens is that with rainbow body is that rainbows start wafting off of the person's body. And along with those rainbows come the scent of like jasmine and perfumes and like roses and stuff like that. Very pleasant.
It sounds like the month of June in Greenwich Village. There's a lot of rainbows, a lot of lavender and perfume coming off people's, but they're not angels.
They're not. Yeah, well, this has been documented over 100,000 times in Tibet. And what happens is that the body shrinks down to like a Cabbage Patch doll body of ash, right? And then they have these shrines where they like put these beings in these shrines to prove rainbow body exists, that it's real. And then above this Cabbage Patch doll body of ash, you see this person's rainbow body, their soul. They have literally ascended and they can do whatever they want in the physical world. They have ascended beyond it. And that's why I think that I've heard once that in the Shroud of Turin, that it's not actually blood, but it's actually burn marks.
Yep. Yeah,
so it's burn marks because he ascended to this level of rainbow body in the Shroud of Turin. And it left radiate.
That is, in as much as we have an explanation of the Shroud of Turin, which has the image of what looks like a guy who was tortured and crucified. It's a photographic negative, so it wouldn't be paint, it wouldn't be blood or anything like that. It would be a light in a way that's not totally dissimilar from what you're describing.
Yeah.
So you believe in the resurrection, but not in the unique resurrection of Christ. You're saying
Correct.
we kind of could all access this by raising our consciousness.
Yes.
And that's part of what you were doing.
Precisely.
So then I keep going back and forth here as I hear more about
what that means. What Michael Knowles just stumbled upon is what that means is that it's not that Jesus is like, it's not that we don't believe that Jesus did miraculous things. It's just that Jesus is not the only person that has ever lived that is capable of doing miraculous things. Anyone can do it. So Michael Knowles has just inadvertently stumbled onto, oh shit, so you're saying that my religious beliefs can be grounded in something real, and your spiritual beliefs can also be grounded in that same thing, and they don't contradict each other. They actually kind of work together.
Your life and your vision, because on the one hand, it seems so pie in the sky. On the other hand, it seems so nuts and bolts. I'm going to go to the Capitol on this day, or I'm going to support this candidate over this candidate, or we're going to build this kind of tower, not this kind of tower. But then on the flip side, we're talking about the age of Aquarius and going to visit the sun and rainbow bodies and stuff like that. So in the short term, in the next 6 months, 1 year, 2, we're coming up on a presidential election. I don't know. What are you after?
Well, spiritual ascension, peace, love, unity, freedom, forgiveness, like evolutionary progress, for humanity, for the planet, saving humanity and saving the planet and all life thereon. That's what I'm after.
Yeah, but what else?
Saving the 7th generation. Okay? Because that is very much in jeopardy right now. Not just our own 7th generation, but all over the planet, all species, plant, animal, fungus, amphibian, insect alike.
And so how will you do it? You'll write books. You'll give media interviews like this one. I think this is your first sit-down.
Big one.
Big one since you've gotten out of jail. Are you supporting one candidate over another candidate politically?
Well, I don't much like Ron DeSantis, to be honest with you. There's a number of things that he's done that I just don't agree with. There's also a number of things that Trump has done I don't agree with, but I support Trump for many reasons. I'll put it this way, though. I don't think any candidate right now is saying what truly needs to be said.
What needs to be said?
Well, that's quite another conversation entirely, sir. What needs to be said is not the rah talking points. We got to secure the border. The Biden administration is a travesty. We need to get our economy back on track. I mean, Mike Pence is like a great example of a rah rhino Republican. Like the interview he did with Tucker Carlson, it's like, God, I can't believe he's actually running. Like,
it was tough.
Yeah, it's cringe, So all of even God Lover, even Carrie Lake, they're all kind of saying the same stuff. Nobody's explaining how it is that we got here. Nobody's explaining how it is that we're going to move forward. Nobody's thinking centuries ahead. Everybody's talking about 2 years from now or a year and a half from now, the next election. It's like, bro, if we learned anything from the Trump administration, 4 years of having one of our guys in office is not enough. And it's a fourth of the problem. So let's talk about that. The bureaucracy, the deep state. The deep state is comprised of all three branches of government, legislative, judicial, and executive, being consolidated into a single branch of government that is constituting a fourth branch of government. It's a bureaucracy. And this is what the founders defined as tyranny. That's why they split the branches up, because the crown owned judicial, legislative, and executive. They could write the laws, enforce the laws, and adjudicate the laws. Okay, that was tyranny. That's why the founders split it up and had checks and balances. Okay, the bureaucracy, these bureaucratic agencies, which there are over 500 of them that are in charge with regulating commerce. Okay, they write the regulations for commerce. In other words, they're writing a form of law. Okay, and then they have their own law enforcement for their agency that enforce those regulations. So that's executive. So now you got legislative, you got executive, and they have their own administrative courts that are outside of the federal court system. That's judicial. That's tyranny. Okay, that is, and it's these bureaucrats and these bureaucratic agencies that are colluding with corporate interest, international corporate interest, international banking interests to move money from public hands into private hands.
So I agree that most candidates are just talking about fairly superficial quotidian kind of things and not getting to deeper problems. But when it comes to the bureaucracy and this issue of unelected, unaccountable people writing most of the laws, I think most of the GOP candidates actually are kind of mentioning it at the very least.
No,
they're not explaining it.
No,
DeSantis,
no,
yeah.
no, no,
They're not
no,
explaining
no,
it, are they?
No, Michael.
No, they're just saying the deep state. We got to drain the swamp. Yeah, it's the deep state. Oh, it's a deep
They
state.
don't
It's the
even
boogeyman,
understand what the
basically.
problem is.
And it's like, well, unless you understand the root of the problem, and if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it fully. So these people need to explain simply. If they expect people to believe they can solve the problem, they need to explain simply what the problem is. And nobody's done that yet, that I can see. Okay? I just explained it to you in 2.5 minutes. Okay? And I can also explain to you how we can change it in 2.5 minutes. Okay? All you have to do is get enough people in the legislative branch to create legislation that either changes or defunds these bureaucratic agencies. Simple as that. And so that means you have to have somebody in the White House that is in agreement with that agenda, and you have to have somebody in the legislative branch, enough people in the legislative branch that are for that agenda, that see the problem and want to fix it. But the thing is that the people that are in DC that are representing the people are actually representing these corporations that are working with the bureaucracy. Yep. They're representing the banks that are working with the bureaucracy and the Fed. You see what I'm saying? So it's getting Trump in office in 2024 is only a fourth of the problem, because if we don't have the Congress, then we don't have anything. It's a stalemate. And if we have the Congress and the White House, okay, that's cool. But how many people in the Congress are willing to dismantle the corrupt bureaucracy? Now, it's not all about defunding these agencies. A lot of it, what it's about is restructuring them, getting people like Fauci out and putting somebody in that isn't going to stand in the way of things like cures for cancer, isn't going to take all this public money and put it in the private hands of the pharmaceutical companies. You see, and that's across the board, is that there's people like Fauci in every single administrative bureaucratic agency.
So would you run for office?
You know, Gandhi never ran for office, and he did a lot of good. I don't like the idea of having to do all that paperwork. You know, they make it difficult on purpose. You also, if you're going to run for like president or something, you need to like spend like, I think it's like $100,000 to apply or something like that.
It's expensive to run.
Yeah. And I don't have that kind of money. You know, I don't. So what I want to do is I want to hold the people that are running accountable. And if they can't say what it is that I'm saying, then that is contrasting their legitimacy. If somebody that's wearing horns and face paint can understand the problems of the world and explain them more simply than somebody that's running for president, we have a problem.
I love him so much.
I agree. That would represent a major problem. Jacob?
Oh my God!
It has been a great pleasure to get to
Pleasure has been mine.
Thank you.
Thank you
for sitting down. Best of luck in all of your future endeavors, and I suppose we'll look forward to part 2 when you can speak more openly after this motion resolves itself, hopefully happily.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
God bless.
I could not be more shocked at the 5-hour experience that we have all shared today. The QAnon shaman is my spirit animal. It's true. I want to talk to him so bad. I I texted Joshua and I said, "You have to watch this interview, and I know it's long, but you have to watch the whole thing." He's like, "Okay, Carlin, I will." Like, and I know he's like in his head, he's like, I know what Joshua's doing right now. He's like in his head going, "I'm not sitting and watching a fucking 2-hour interview. I don't care what she says." Oh my God. The QAnon shaman. And I need to stop calling him that because, like, again, like, but it's like what people know him as. He is the hero that we all needed all along. Like, I want to make a t-shirt now for my store that has, like, the QAnon shaman's picture. It just says hero on it. But, like, it is, like, really one of those moments where it's, like, a reminder that you just never know, like, the heroes that life is going to serve you, right? Like, you just never know. Man, what a time to be alive. I'm gonna need to just process the reality of that interview a little bit more before I speak on it further, but, like, I'm deadly serious. I got his book on Kindle, like, on the stream. I'm like, I downloaded it onto my phone. I'm gonna start reading it tonight. I'm not even joking. No, I'm not even pretending to read transgender Marxism anymore. Beth, remember when we had that goal of, like, reading transgender Marxism by, like, the end of July? That didn't happen. But I'll read the QAnon shaman's book, goddammit. But that was great. That was great. All right, guys. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., we're doing happy hour. Happy hour is a stream where we watch Unwoke training from start to finish and we talk about it. And the happy hour streams are really important streams for people to attend because we drink beer and we have fun and we make fun of them and all that stuff. But this is how we know what the woke left is doing by watching happy hour because we actually watch them teaching things. And that's how we know what they're up to. And I just want to remind everyone that let's see, what do I want to remind everyone of? I want to remind everyone that the limited edition Trump Indictment Victory Tour World Tour t-shirt is now available in the Unwoke Art Store. This is going to be for a limited time only. You can find the link pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube or at unwokeart.com. It's right on the homepage. We've got this great image of Trump that I made the other day, giving the victory symbol because he's going on his indictment tour and he's going to win. And on the back is every current every current indictment against Trump. And if more indictments are added, I will change the t-shirt, but this is the current list of things that Donald Trump has been indicted for. It's just like a concert tee. So you can find that at unwokeart.com. Also along with things like like the beautiful All Tears Are Tasty tumbler, which I now have on my desk, and it looks great, and it's so colorful. Ha, 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 ha. We drink all types of tears on this channel. We don't just drink liberal tears. We don't just drink conservative tears. I'll take tears from anyone. Anyone that wants to come into my chat and get a hard time, we'll tell them right where to go with the All Tears Are Tasty tumbler. All right, guys, I'm going to go recover now. I will see you guys tomorrow at 5 p.m. Have a great rest of your night. Take care, and we'll see you soon.